Alrighty, small break as it sounds like we may have some oil on the return road we need to clean up. But I will put out last and final call for Sportsman and Trophy cars, please. Sportsman Trophy cars, this is your last and final call to lanes 2 and 3 as we just take a minute to check everything out. We don't believe anything's on the track at all, but Alex just wants to double check. Better safe than sorry in this situation. So, Alex is going to take a look real quick, and we'll be back to racing here just shortly. But once again, Sportsman Trophy, this is your last and final call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman Trophy, lanes 2 and 3. Once again, just a oil cleanup we're gonna have to take care of on the return road. Nothing on the track surface at all. Actually, nothing even in the shutdown. Just starts about 10 foot onto the return road. So we're gonna get that cleaned up. We'll be down for just a few minutes as we get some ash on that and get it soaked up the best we can, so you guys aren't driving through it all day. So once again, nothing on the racetrack, nothing to be concerned about. Everything will go on as scheduled. Just want to clean up, tie up a few loose ends. So we will be back to racing here just shortly. seems like it was one of those oil downs that's going to soak into the asphalt faster than we can suck it up with some ash. So just be mindful of the trail down there. It will bake away. Unfortunately, when we get fluid like that on the asphalt, it's really almost impossible to get it up with ash without making a bigger mess for everyone involved. So, like I said, just be mindful down there. Don't directly drive into it. Just kind of straddle it or whatever, and we'll go back to normal here. So, back to normal. Sportsman Trophy, you should be in the lanes. Junior Dragsters, you are on, well, why don't we go ahead and give you a call. So Junior Dragsters, Novak Electric, and Brandospeed Junior Dragster. This is your call to lane 1 for time trial number 1, well, qualifier number 1 for you guys. So once again, Junior Dragsters, this is your first call to lanes. Junior Dragster to lane number 1, please. This is your first call, Junior Dragster. Alrighty, so once again, Junior Dragsters, this is your second call to lane number 1, please. Junior Dragsters, this is your second call to lane number 1 for time trial number 1. Junior Dragsters, this is your second call to the lanes, lane number 1, please. Alrighty, Junior Dragster, this is your last and final call to the staging lanes for qualifier number 1. Junior Dragster, your last and final call to lane number 1 for qualifier number 1. Junior Dragster, your last and final call, please. Alrighty, going to go ahead and put out first call, Quick Performance Super Pro. This is your first call to the lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8 for time trial number 1 this morning. Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8, please, for time trial number 1. This is your first call. Alrighty, so junior dragsters are getting suited up. You guys are next down the track as we have just a few pairs of Sportsman cars left. But Super Pro 7 and 8 is still empty. Super Pro, this is your second call now to the lanes, please. Super Pro, your second call to the lanes, lanes 7 and 8, please. For time trial number 1, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8, please. All right, so here we go with junior dragsters heading down the track. Super Pro, this will be your third call to lane 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, your third call to lane 7 and 8 for time trial number 1. Junior dragsters are qualified, so as these kids go down the track, they are aiming to be the number one qualifier today. We qualify based on reaction time, so trip zip on out. So they're going to take a swing at the tree to be number one qualifier and get the number one qualifier bonus paid out by us here at Tri-State Raceway. If you are a business owner sitting out there and you're thinking, I kind of want to get my name up in the lights at Tri-State Raceway, the proverbial lights. We're always looking for more sponsors. You can be the sponsor of the Junior Dragster number one qualifier if you would like, or any other type of sponsorship out here. We're open-minded, and we're always willing to make a deal. So once again, if you're a business owner out there and you're looking to be a part of the sponsorship group that keeps Tri-State Raceway rolling, stop up here in the tower, talk to myself or Lucas or Alex, and we'll get you the information you need. And we'll keep drag racing moving here in the Midwest. Alrighty, Super Pro, this is your last and final call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, this is your last and final call. We need you in lanes 7 and 8, or you are in danger of missing your qualifier, your time trial this morning, and you only get 2, so you probably want both of them. Shake the rust off. But once again, Super Pro, lanes 7 and 8, please. for time trial number 1. Alrighty, so we had a junior not quite clear the first turnoff, so we sent Alex down to get him off the track and get him back where he belongs. So just a few minutes of delay. So once again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Junior Street, you are on standby. And Foxy Lady, get those race cars warmed up as you are going to be called here just shortly. So once again, Foxy Lady, if you've never done racing and you'd like to try it today, Foxy Lady is a good class for all the race wives, girlfriends, daughters, nieces, aunts, or aunts if you pronounce it wrong. So once again, Foxy ladies, make sure you get those race cars warmed up and ready, as you will be getting called to the lanes here in, I'd say about 10, 15 minutes. So once again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Junior Street, you are on deck. And Foxy ladies, you are after that. Alrighty, I just saw Alex round the corner on one wheel, so he is headed back to the starting line. So we'll get this junior down the track here in just a minute, as long as Alex can keep it upright and shiny side up all the way down the track. For those of you that didn't know, we took our weekend off last weekend, and we enjoyed a little bit of racing over at Cedar Falls. It's nice to get out and about once in a while. Two things of note happened that weekend. We want to start with Lucas. We're all really proud of him. He won the pro class over in Cedar Falls. Lost the runoff by about 6 thou, but congratulations, Lucas, for winning the pro class. But the second thing of note that happened that weekend is Alex was going full bore on the moped and found a pothole. And when I looked up, the moped was sideways in the air, and Alex was sideways in the air. So if you see Alex today, you get a chance to talk to him. We've revoked his moped license, so he's relearning with his permit. So wish him good luck as we get him acquainted back on the moped. All right, so here we go. Back with junior dragsters. Looks like we got one on the line and one at the cone, and then we will be rolling right into Super Pro. Here we go into Super Pro. Junior Street, I will go ahead and make your first call. Junior Street, this is your first call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Junior Street, lanes 2 and 3 for time trial number 1. Junior Street, your first call, lanes 2 and 3 for time trial number 1. Alrighty, so as Super Pro gets down towards the end of the class, we want to once again call Junior Street. Call Junior Street to lanes 2 and 3, please. Junior Street, lanes 2 and 3. This is your second call to the lanes. Junior Street, lanes 2 and 3. Foxy Lady, this is your first call to lanes. So Foxy Lady Class, get those race cars started up, tuned up, and running well, because it's your time to come to the lanes. So Foxy Lady, time trial number 1, lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady, lanes 4 and 5. Alrighty, so once again, Junior Street, this is your last and final call. Junior Street, your last and final call. Foxy Lady, this is your second call. Lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady, lanes 4 and 5. Alrighty, so once again, Foxy Lady, we need you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Junior Street, lanes 2 and 3. As we get down to just the last few pairs in Super Pro, 3 to go. As it looks like we have a pretty good car count today. But like I said, we're going to keep it moving right along today. As like I was kind of hinting towards this morning, whispers, rumors of some mopeds and golf carts doing a little racing later on this afternoon. Just little rumors, nothing serious. But we'll see how the day goes. So once again, Junior Street and Foxy Lady, to the lanes, please. Alrighty, so here we go. If there is any Foxy ladies out there that are on the fence about trying it, bring your car to the staging lanes right now. We'll worry about your tech card later in life. We'll worry about your tech card after the fact. How about that? So if you're on the fence, just hop in your car and get to the staging lanes before your husband or anybody can stop you, first of all, and second of all, before your brain stops you. So once again, if there's anyone in the stands or on the grounds that are like, I really just want to try it, it's free to enter. Free buyback, low pressure, it's a lot of fun, and you're racing for what I think is actually a pretty cool trophy today.
We are going to do it like
so once again, if there's any Foxy ladies out there that's on the fence, get in your car and get it to the staging lanes, and let's get ready to race. As it sits after qualifier number 1, Benji Freeman is on the top of the junior dragster list with a 20 light. Right behind him, Mackenzie Melcher. And right behind Mackenzie, by 4th out, is her brother Jackson. So that's your top 3 in juniors. After qualifier number 1, Benji Freeman is the man to beat right now, as we will be running qualifier 2 here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, I will go ahead and call Test and Tune. Test and Tune cars to lanes 6, please. Test and Tune to lane 6. If you have a Test and Tune ticket sitting on the property and you are ready to take some hits, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Test and Tune, this is your first call. Lane number 6, please. Alrighty, so as we finish up Junior Street, we're going to mop up a few little drops of water. And then we will be going in to Foxy Lady time trial number 1. They also have a little bit of skin in the game, as it looks like there's 5 cars currently in the class, so they will be fighting for a bye. Bye goes to the best reaction time. So once again, Test and Tune cars, we will take you to lane number 6. Test and Tune cars, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Test and Tune. Your second call to the lanes, lane number 6. Alrighty, here we go. Foxy Lady Class time trial number 1. Mike Halverson, if you are on the property, which I am sure you are, Mike Halverson, we would like to see you in the tower, please. Mike Halverson, we would like to see you in the tower, please. So once again, test and tune cars. We will take you to lane number 6, please. Test and tune cars. We will take you to lane number 6. So as our Foxy ladies make it down the track, 156 to the left lane for Miss Cameron Cox, right lane 393 on the tree for Ashley. Stops the clock at 16:37 at 85 mile an hour. That'll bring up our last Foxy lady of time trial number 1, Miss Holly Cox in the left lane. Gonna wheel the Chevy. So Holly has a little work to do as she is 481 on the tree, but she's going to power the diesel Chevy all the way down through the beams. How about a 252 60 foot? Stops the clock at 1585 at 88 mile an hour. That's going to bring us to our test and tune cars. And I will also go ahead and call Pro Class. Pro Class, time trial number 2. Pro Class, this is your first call for time trial number 2. To lanes 4 and 5, please. Time trial number 2 to lanes 4 and 5. Alrighty, so once again, Pro Class, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Class, lanes 4 and 5 for time trial number 2 this morning. Pro Class, lanes 4 and 5, please. Like we have a little bit of water to clean up on the starting line. So once again, Pro Class, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Class, this is your second call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Class, lanes 4 and 5. Alrighty, so a little bit of track prep to clean up a little exhaust water and the little bit of damage the street tires do. Alex going to broom and drag a little bit, give her a spritz, and we will be going into Pro Class. So once again, Pro Class, we need you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro Class, we need you to lanes 4 and 5. And Sportsman Cars, be ready, be set. You'll be on your way to the lanes here just shortly. So once again, Pro Cars, lanes 4 and 5. Sportsman Cars, you are on deck. Alrighty, so once again, Pro Class, your last and final call. You are going down the track as we speak. Sportsman Class, this is your first call to lanes. So Gateway Towing Sportsman, this is your first call to lanes 1 and 2, please. 2 and 3. Check that. Sportsman Class, this is your first call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman, lanes 2 and 3. Alrighty, Sportsman Class, Sportsman Cars. Your second call to lanes 2 and 3. Sportsman Cars, your second call to lanes 2 and 3 for time trial numero dos. Your 2 of 2 for this morning's time trial sessions before we get into eliminations later on this afternoon. As we are rocking and rolling our way through the Toys Done Right Pro ET class. As the official, unofficial, maybe kind of, sort of, car count for today is 107. As we probably have a few tech cards still out in the wind. But pretty good showing of entries for a Saturday. Especially with Cordova running Summer Nationals and everyone else being pretty busy. It's a good time to be a racer in Iowa or racer in Illinois and Minnesota and Wisconsin as well, as there are an abundance of tracks in the area and they're all running different things. And Rock Falls is always busy. Cordova's running something, it seems like, every weekend. Cedar Falls is doing a car show deal this weekend. So a little bit of everything for everyone. So couldn't be a better time to be a racer or a motorsports enthusiast in the Midwest. But we want to thank you guys for spending your weekend here at Tri-State Raceway. As we enjoy every single one of you coming out, and we thank you for coming out. So once again, Sportsman Cars, your call to lanes for time trial number 2. Sportsman, your call to lanes, time trial number 2. Sportsman cars, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman cars, you should be in the lanes. Junior Dragster, this is your first call. Junior Dragster, this is your first call to lane 1 for time trial qualifier, whatever you want to call it, number 2. So Junior Dragsters, your first call for qualifier number 2 to lane number 1, please. Alrighty, so once again, Junior Dragsters, this is your second call to lane number 1 for time for qualifier number 2. Junior Dragsters, your second call to lane number 1 for qualifier number 2. As we make the transition into sportsman class here. Oh, I lied. One more pair on the line, and we'll make the transition into sportsman class. So sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Junior Dragster, you should be headed towards the lanes. Alrighty, Junior Dragster, your third call to lane number 1, please. Junior Dragster, your third call to lane number 1 for qualifier number 2. Junior Dragsters, your third and final call to lane number 1 for qualifier number 2. Alrighty, here we go. First call, Super Pro. First call, Super Pro to lanes 7 and 8, please. Quick Performance Super Pro, this is your first call to lanes 7 and 8 for time trial number 2 as we work our way through the morning session. An inch forward to elimination, so Super Pro. This is your first call to lanes 7 and 8 for time trial number 2. Super Pro, your first call. Alrighty, Super Pro, this is your second call. Super Pro, this is your second call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro class. Second call, lanes 7 and 8 for time trial number 2. As we maybe half a dozen cars left in Sportsman here. We're going to run some juniors, and then Super Pro, we are on to you. So once again, we need you in the lanes. Quick Performance Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Lanes 7 and 8 for time trial number 2. Hey, Super Pro, this is your last and final call. You should be in the lanes. Super Pro, this is your last and final call. You should be in the lanes. Alrighty, so a little touch of track prep here, and we'll be rolling into Super Pro class. So once again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Junior Street, you are on deck. And Foxy Ladies, we are sneaking back up for time trial number 2. So Junior Street and Foxy Lady, be ready. Be on the lookout. We will be calling you to the lanes shortly. A small little holdup as it appears something blew off the car in the right lane. So Alex is going to go down and get a couple more laps on the moped. Any practice is good practice for him as we just took the training wheels off. So we're back in action.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street and Foxy Lady, this is your first call. Junior Street and Foxy Lady, bring them around.
Attention in the pits. This is a second call for Foxy Lady. It looks like we have all of our junior streeters. But Foxy Lady, if you are racing Foxy Lady, please get your vehicles and bring them around to the lanes. Foxy Lady, second call. All right, last call for Foxy Lady. There's only 4 of you in the lanes. We are missing 1 of you. Last call for Foxy Lady. All right, as we send Foxy Lady down the track before we shut lanes for lunch, we are going to have a round of test and tune. So if you would like to bring your car to test and tune, if you have not made your 2-time hits, bring it around to the lanes. And Kevin will get you squared away. So test and tune, this is your first call to the lanes. Second call for test and tune. If you would like one more time test run before lunch, bring it on down to the lanes. Test and tune only. All right, last call for test and tune. If you would like one last hit before we shut the lanes for lunch, test and tune. Last call if you would like one last hit before we shut the lanes for lunch. All right, at this time, lanes are closed for a small lunch break so we can get our crew fed before we dive into round one after lunch. So stay posted for the calls for that, but at this point in time, the lanes are closed for a short lunch break.
So while you're out there enjoying your lunch, or just enjoying a little break and a drink, or the shade as it's starting to heat up a little bit out there, want to take some time and thank some of the sponsors, or thank all of the sponsors that help make the world go round out here. So I want to just take a minute and thank all the businesses and individuals that help us out here, whether it's through a sponsorship or just through picking up a mop when we need help, helping us with little projects in and around the grounds. Just there's a lot of people that make the world go round out here, and we really want to thank every single one of them. But I do want to take a special moment and thank our season sponsors for 2025. A1 Mobile Storage Service, Ace Body Shop, Aero Components, Bard Materials, Bob McCosh Chevrolet, Brandospeed, Byron's Baits, Carquest Auto Parts in Dyersville, CJ Beeps Equipment, Cobblestone Inn and Suites, Corcoran Furniture, Zipper Performance and Tuning, Dave River Construction, Dialed In Details, Dr. Kurt Potach, Fangmann Performance and Repair, Fastenal, Fuel Branding, Gateway Auto Service Center, Gateway Towing, Gear Driven Performance, Hawkeye Weld and Repair, Heims Awards and Custom Gifts over in Manchester, Holmes and Braden Construction, Iowa Speed and Supply, Jameson Equipment, Just For You, the 2 radio stations, KDST and KMCH, Larice Motorsports Insurance, McDermott Oil, Meyer Feed and Fertilizer, Momentum Screen Prints, Motion Raceworks, Napa Auto Parts, Novak Electric, Off the Hoof, Ollinger Garage Doors, One Guy's Garage, Paladin Brands, Patterson Elite, Quick Performance, Riggs Towing and Recovery, Riverbend Pub and Grill, Rydell Auto, Summit Racing Equipment, The Quiltmaker Shop, Toys Done Right Body Shop, Wah Auto Repair, Whitefront Feed and Seed, Wick Buildings, Rightway Trailers, and Why More Automotive. So we want to thank all of those. A lot of those are racers out here. It's their businesses, so we want to thank them. If you see them in the pits, please do take a moment to thank them. If you're going out and whether it's for dinner tonight or you're going out shopping for different things, we do ask if you can keep our sponsors in mind. All of our sponsors are listed on our website with links to their respective websites. So, if you guys can support them for helping and give them kind of a little bit of kickback for supporting us, they would obviously appreciate it, and we would appreciate it as well. Because truly, without the sponsors, we would probably be lost in a little bit of translation. But, so like I said, I want to thank all the individuals, all the companies, anybody and everybody that lends a hand out here to help us keep this place rocking and rolling throughout the summer and giving us a nice place to race and enjoy. Alrighty, with that being said, I will put out the first call for Pro ET Eliminations Round 1. So Pro ET, this is your first call to the staging lanes for Round 1 of Eliminations. We'll take you to lanes 4 and 5. We're looking to get started here in about 5 minutes or so. Like I said, gonna try to keep moving through the afternoon here. I will be on the microphone as much as possible. I will have to step away for a little bit and kind of help in the staging lanes and everything through round 2 and buybacks, as we are a little light staffed today with graduation parties and family vacations and everything else fun that happens in June. We do want to thank the employees that stick with us and hang out with us throughout the summer, as sometimes it can be a little grueling out here. So once again, Pro ET, this is your first call to lanes 4 and 5, please, for round 1 of eliminations this afternoon. And once again, racers, as we kind of rock and roll through the afternoon, we want to keep in mind that we may be running a race of sorts after the race tonight. So, be smart. Stay out of your coolers if you plan on participating. Once we have a better idea here in a couple hours, how we're going to do it and where we're going to go with it, we will obviously let you know. And we're keeping an eye on the weather for tomorrow as well. Kind of looking like we're probably going to get some type of weather. I'm not sure what extent or when. Or obviously our plan is absolutely we're going to try and do everything we can to race tomorrow. It kind of seems like maybe it'd be an afternoon thing, if anything. So we'll get you an update before we shut it down tonight, and kind of give you an idea of what our thought process for tomorrow is. But like I said, we absolutely 100% plan on racing. Just might be a little bit of a modified schedule to try to get as many rounds in as we can before Mother Nature decides to do her thing. So, yeah. Like I said, Pro Cars, we need you to the lanes 4 and 5 for round number 1 of elimination. Somebody's got to be first. Lucas and Bob are there to greet you and get you paired and get you ready to go down the track. So once again, Pro Cars, this is your call of lanes 4 and 5, please. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please stand, remove your hats, and direct your attention towards our nation's colors for the playing of the national anthem. All right, so here we go. We're going to have Pro Class rolling down to the water box here in just a second. We want to go ahead and put out a call. Sportsman, this is your first call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman class, this is your first call for elimination number 1. To lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman class, lanes 2 and 3. Pro Class, you should be in the lanes as we are starting your rolling right now. So once again, Pro Class, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman, this is your first call to the lanes. Alrighty, so here we go. First pair, round 1, Pro Class. Left lane, Jeff Freeman Jr. in the Barracuda. Right lane, Greg Traeger in the Mercury. 11:14 the dial for Jeff. 11:37 for Greg. Jeff, the Farm Boy Enterprises Independent Vinyl and C&W Trucking Machine. 27, separate them up front. Down to the other side of the track. Jeff Freeman's going to take the win in the quick performance lane. He's 16 on the tree and 48 over. So Jeff Freeman moving on. Greg Traeger going to find himself in the buyback lane. Jeff Freeman taking the win by 0.053, 53 ten-thousandths of a second. That'll bring up Troy Stender in the quick performance right lane, left lane, taking on Nick Murfield in the right way trailers right lane. Nick, 10:54 the dial in the 91 Camaro. Troy, 8:73. And somebody hide the sharp objects as Nick is 008 red and Troy 178 green. Troy is 178 green and 15 above, taking the win as Nick clicks it red and goes 32 above. So Troy Stender moving on. Right lane, Bruce Stockman, 10:58 the dial from Postville, Iowa in the 55 Chevy. Evan began, left lane. pretty sizable advantage up front. And we're going to have to probably rerun that one. It looks like something blew through. Rerun that. That will have to be a rerun. Is it maybe a leaf or a ground? It appears as though something must have blown through the quarter mile, as Bruce Stockman was 882 to the 1,000 foot and 740 to the quarter. So it must be I'd hate to say a ground squirrel maybe down there hanging around.
Those next two cars coming to you, the white one.
So once again, we'll have to rerun that pair, as Bruce Stockman deserves a fair shake at it. And that was not necessarily a fair shake. Austin Mahan left lane in the 77 Nova from Vinton, Iowa, 11:28 the dial. Taking on Tyler Rizzi in the 83 Regal. Red light start for both of them. But in the true start system, worst light, not first red light. So Tyler getting the win, as he's only 005 red. Austin rearing to go 78 red. So Tyler moving on, goes 1084 with a 5 on the 1078 dial. Austin 1133 with a 7 at 118 mile an hour. Frank Rechterman, left lane, 979 the dial from Cave Creek, Arizona. Dan Steffens, right lane, our resident bridesmaid, as he has had four runner-up in 5 races this year so far. And Dan's going to take the win, as Frank is 42 red, and Dan goes 910 with an 8 on the 907 dial at 147 mile an hour. Frank just a little bit too excited. Gives Dan the win. Rightway trailers right lane. Christian Vargason, 1091 the dial. Taking on Tim Kania in the left lane. 1040 the dial for Tim in the 65 Nova. Wheels up for Christian. And he's got a little work to do, as it appears as though Tim may be around him already. And Tim's going to get the win. He's 8 on the tree and 41 above to be 49 total. Christian, 72 on the tree and 55 off the pace. So Christian going to have to find himself in the buybacks, fight his way through today. James Wolf, left lane, 1123 the dial. In the Wolf service machine, the 64 Chevelle. Taking on Sly in the 88 Mustang. Sly, Coggin resident, just a little south of here on Highway 13. 902 the dial for Sly. So about a 2.2 second head start here. And James is away. And Sly is going to click it red. Sly Rechterman, 11 red, as James Wolf didn't leave him a whole lot of room. James is 003 and goes 19 with a 4 on the 23 prediction. Sly, 56 above, but turns it 11 red, handing the win over. So James Wolf moving on to round number 2, as we are working our way through this pro class. So once again, sportsman cars, you should be in lanes 2 and 3 for pairing, please. Sportsman cars, lanes 2 and 3 for pairing, please. Left lane, the 21st Century Mobile, as that is an all-electric Tesla. Logan Westcott, 1064 the dial from Oline, Iowa. RJ Mahan, 993 the dial. Oh boy, here we go. How good can we get? Logan Westcott, gonna get it done. He's trip zip and 39 above. He's 39 total. RJ, 97 on the tree, completely locked out, nowhere to go. Thanks, sir. Late Foxy Lady Class. Wow. Mike Wymore's in trouble early as Ryan Kruger's got him covered every which way but loose. Down at the other end, he's going to turn on the wind light. Ryan is 28 on the tree and goes 33 with a 9, getting there by 18 thousandths of a second. Mike Wymore, 100 on the tree, breaks it out 2, trying to stay ahead. So Ryan Kruger moving on. I'll bring up Greg Anderson in the playmate in the quick performance left lane, taking on John Ulbrich. I think it's Racing Seaman. Something like that. There's something funny on his back window. 10:30 the dial for John from Holy Cross, Iowa. Good drag race here. 15th thou, separate them up front. Down to the quarter-mile stripe. Wind light. Going to go John's way. He's 51 on the tree and in a double breakout. Greg wanted it a little bit more. So Greg getting there first, turning the wind light on for John, as John was 51 on the tree and breaks it out 15. We'll bring up Austin Ridenauer in the left lane in the 70 Dart, taking on Charles Sullivan in the 70 Duster. One of these gentlemen have a little bit of praying to do. No good. How about Austin Ridenauer, 10 on the tree, 60 above to be 70 total. Charlie, 88 on the tree. Mathematically ineligible, as he goes 10-14 with a 1 at 134 mile an hour. So Austin Ridenauer taking the win. Moving on. That'll bring up Valerie Chitty, your Super Street Division 5 winner just a couple weeks ago. In the right lane, taking on Coley Novak in the left. 10:33 the dial for Val. 977 for Coley Novak. Coley, the 87 Mazda, 408 cubic inch Chevy. Valerie in the 2010 Camaro. How about a pair of reaction times here? 3 thou separate them. Double zeros both sides. And Coley Novak's going to get the win as he is 001 and 27 above to be 28 total. Valerie 004 and 37 above. So Coley Novak getting the win, as that was the best set of reaction times we've seen so far in Pro Class in round 1. Ed Schmidt, right lane, 10:28 the dial from Manchester, Iowa in the S10. The Demented S10. Left lane, Mark Rosenbaum, 922 in the 64 Corvette. Little hop, skip, and a jump for both these gentlemen, as Mark has a few in his pocket, and he's going to turn it into a win. Mark is 32 on the tree and 10 under, but Ed is 85 and takes the stripe by 24, trying to stay ahead, as he goes 10-19 with a 3 on the 10:28 dial. Juniors. This is your call to lane number 1 for pairing, please. Juniors, this is your call to lane number 1 for pairing, please. So once again, juniors, your first call to lane number 1 for round 1 of eliminations for pairing, please. Bob Dish, left lane, 10:52 from Verona, Wisconsin. Oddly enough, 8 thou separate them on the tree. Neither one of them terribly good, but Bob Dish is going to turn it into win. He's 104 on the tree, which probably won't win you a lot of races, but it helps when the other guy is 112. So Bob Dish, 104 on the tree, and well above, taking the win, as the S10 just doesn't get there. Goes 1091 with a 7 on the 1081. Going to bring up a scooter in the left lane. Jaron Christensen, left lane, taking on Doug Heinrichs in the right. Doug from Dyersville, Iowa, just down Highway 20, the home of the Field of Dreams. "19 separate them up front to the other end. Can the scooter stay in front? And he will. Jaron Christensen's 35 on the tree, goes 939 with a 5 at 143 mile an hour. Doug had the starting line advantage, but couldn't turn it into a win as he breaks it out more. Breaks it out 39, I believe, if I did my math right. How about a couple of Titans on the starting line here? Bill Cox, left lane, Mabel, Minnesota in the 48 Anglia. Taking on Big Block Bob. Wheels up for Bob, wheels up for Bill. And Bob's going to turn it right back over as he is 61 on the wrong side of green and hands the win right over to Bill. Bill, he is 37 on the tree, goes 917 with a 9. Bob goes 1013 with a 0 on the 1014. So once again, juniors, this is your call to lane 1 for pairing, please. Juniors, this is your call to lane 1 for pairing. So I believe this is our second to last pair of pro cars, as well, third to last, because we do have that runoff we got to run yet, as it looks like Bruce Stockman's in the lane. So Evan Began, as soon as you are able, we will take you back around to the lanes, please. Once again, Evan Began, as soon as you are able, we will take you back to the lanes, please. As my announcer screen has now been stuck, but I know it's Zach Halverson in the left lane, 975 the dial, taking on Jason Steele, 1130 the dial. And Zach's going to get the win as he's 33 on the tree and 30 above to be 63 total. Jason misses the tree, locks himself out. So Zach Halverson getting the win, moving on. So the last pair of regular scheduled pro cars, as like I said, we do have that runoff we have to take care of here. Ryan Sefford, left lane, Oregon, Wisconsin, the 69 Camaro. Taking on Mr. Hack. 20 thou, separate them up front. Advantage to the left lane, winner. Left lane, how about it? 27, dead 3, 30 total. Kevin Hack, 47, and out of it as he breaks it out 5, crossing second. So Ryan Sefford puts a lap on Kevin Hack. And Kevin going to find the rare opportunity to buy back. So that'll do it for mostly of round number 1 of pro. Like I said, we still have that runoff whenever we are able. We're going to move on to Sportsman here, and we'll get back into pro as soon as we see both of our cars come back around. We'll bring up Tim Earl in the quick performance left lane, 1230 the dial for Tim. Rick Coleman in the right, 1260 the dial. Rick has been killer on the tree in time trials this morning as he was trip zip and 001. See what he's got in the bag here. He's got a red light in the bag. Tim Earl also turns it red as he is 11 red. Rick is 18 red. So the win going to Tim. Down to the other end. Tim is 23 above. Rick goes 35 under. So Rick going to have to regroup and find himself fighting back through the buyback lane. Tim Earl looking to get some points back and find himself back in the top of sportsman points at the end of the day. Christian Vargas in 15:53. Is that Christian? Yeah. It says it's Christian in the left lane. I'm not convinced. But Corey Miller in the right, 98 on the tree. Down at the other end. Left lane going to take the win as he is 33 on the tree and 14 above to be 47 total. That's a pretty good lap in sportsman class, 47 total. That's a pretty good, solid lap. That's what I thought it was. It's going to bring up Sky Borschening in the left lane. Mabel, Minnesota, 1391 in the Mustang. Taking on Jim Eam, 1197 in the 19 Challenger. Jim must have known something I didn't, because he was 287 on the tree, but Sky turns at 58 red. So Jim taking the win. He's going to see just how close he can get to 1197. He goes 1195 with a 5 at 114.03 mile an hour. So Jim Eam taking the win by way of red light. Sky going to have to pay a little more if she wants to keep racing today. Looks like we have a little bit of a water cleanup to take care of. That's part of the sportsman class, is a little bit of exhaust water. So a little bit of mopping and cleaning. And then back to racing we'll go.
I'll need to delete that first pair that, like, their first set of data when they rerun it.
One of the racers got 30 thou in the pocket as Dave Benson looking to hold off the charge of Kagan. And Kagan's going to get the win. He's 85, dead 8. Dave Benson, 55 on the tree, and goes 23 with a 3 on the 16 prediction. So Kagan Hilsenbeck taking the win in the 87 El Camino. Boy, I want an El Camino. Oh, man, I want an El Camino. It won't. Michelle Stepanek, a winner here just a couple weeks ago on Memorial Day. 1343 the dial for her. Owen Hageman in the right lane, and what I believe is a new-to-him car. So I want to thank him for coming out and hanging out with us. The other end of the racetrack, win light, Michelle Stepanek. She's 99 on the tree, goes 1350 with a 3 on the 1340. How about that? Getting the win by 3/10,000ths of a second. Wow. That's got to be like a couple inches. So Michelle Stepanek taking the win by just so little over Owen Hageman, who's 184 on the tree and breaks it out. Emily Vargas in left lane in the 92 Mustang. We got an onslaught of Mustangs today in sportsman class. Win light, John Walker, as Emily turns at 146 red. John's going to take the pass, and he goes 1177 with a 6 at 114 mile an hour. He's 40 on the tree, but Emily turns at 146 red and hands the win over. So John moving on to round number 2. So once again, juniors, you should be in lane 1 for pairing. If you're not already, you are late. So juniors, you should be in the lanes for pairing, please. And we'll go ahead and call Super Pro as well. Super Pro, this is your first call to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, your first call to lanes 7 and 8 for round number 1 of eliminations. So once again, Super Pro, your first call to for round number 1 to lanes 7 and 8. Double red light start here goes Stan's way as he is 11 red to Sherry Coleman's 142 red. I can't imagine how hard it is to sit there and wait as your opponent gets all the way. I mean, Stan's got to be about to the 330 by the time Sherry was getting ready to go. But Stan is 11 red, goes 1643 with a 5 at 79 mile an hour. So once again, Super Pro, we need you to lane 7 and 8, please. Super Pro, we need you to lane 7 and 8, please. Craig Stepanek watched his wife, Michelle, win just a few moments ago, seeing if he can make it 2-0 in the Stepanek camp today. And he's got a chance here. Pretty sizable starting line advantage down at the other end. Craig's going to get the win. He's 67, goes 1280 with an 8 on the 1265. Carolyn misses the tree entirely. She goes 290 up front, goes 1423 with a 4 at 96 mile an hour. So Craig Stepanek comfortably taking the win. So Craig moving on to round number 2. So 2-0 in the Stepanek camp. No buybacks for them today. So that's going to bring up the newcomer in the left lane. Not a newcomer to racing, just a first weekend here. Larry Hodges' grandson, Nathan Riley, from LaPlace, Illinois. I hope I'm saying that right. 1177 the dial for him in the 09 Trans Am. Taking on our current points leader, Andrew Quinn from Monticello, Iowa, in the 88 Corvette. Wheels up for Nathan, as you don't get a whole lot of wheelies in the sportsman class generally. Down to the other end of the track. Wow. Nathan puts a lap on him. Nathan, 28 on the tree, dead 3. Andrew goes 58 on the tree and is down there on the brakes scrambling and has nowhere to go as he goes 1457 with a 9, a tenth above. So Nathan Riley turning on a win light. He told me over the lunch break, he said, I just want to turn on one. And mission accomplished, sir. You turned on one. I'll bring up William Stender in the right lane from Walcott, Iowa. 1166 in the Mustang. Doug Heinrichs left lane. Brakes. Oh, boy. Oh, Doug. Oh, Doug. Doug had every advantage possible. The Mustang was running slow, missed the tree. Doug is 51 on the tree, takes 4.5 tenths of stripe to break it out 38. Wow. I got to take a picture of that one. Sometimes you got to take a picture of things, just to remember. So this is your pro rerun. Something blew through the quarter mile on Bruce Stockman there. So your pro rerun, 10:54 for Evan, 10:57 for Bruce. Down to the other end. Bruce is going to get the win as he is 10:63 with a 0 on the 10:57. He was 21 up front. Evan 45, a respectable light. But sometimes you just find yourself on the other end of a better light. So Bruce Stockman taking the win. And Super Pro, you should be coming around to lanes 7 and 8 for pairing, please. Super Pro, you should be coming around for lanes 7 and 8 for pairing for round 1 of eliminations. So just like that, we are through round 1 of Pro and round 1 of Super Pro. And we are going to be rocking and rolling into juniors here. Oh, I'm sorry. Check that. I said it wrong. We're through round 1 of Sportsman and round 1 of Pro. Super Pro, you should be headed to the lanes. Sorry. Sometimes my brain, my 3 wires, my 3 brain cells that are left get crossed sometimes. And I feel as though I may be fading back down to 2 brain cells. The way I'm just like father, like son, right? But here come the junior dragsters down the hill. Super Pro, you should be rolling around to lanes 7 and 8, please. That's about right. I got 2 brain cells, and they're fighting for 3rd place. So here we go, our first pair of supercharged weed whips. As we have a little bit of, got to get the covers off the tires, make sure the carburetors are set right. Because juniors don't. So I believe this is going to put a couple of Meyer family racing teammates against each other first round. Grandpa Mike can't do anything but look on as one of his grandchildren are going to have to find themselves in the Consi lane. Want to thank Mike as he is a sponsor of the $50 bonus for the runoff winner. Want to thank Mike and Pat and the entire Meyer family for sponsoring that. So Melanie Castle, left lane, $7.95 the dial. Sitting next to her cousin Bennett Meyer, $8.95 the dial for Bennett. Bennett doubles Melanie up on the reaction time, and Melanie takes the win as Bennett breaks it out more. Or I'm sorry, as Bennett doesn't quite get there. Melanie's 35 on the tree and 14 above to be 49 total. Bennett 74 on the tree. Goes 897 with an 8 on the 895. So Melanie taking the win. Bennett's going to find himself in our free Consi race. Kind of like a buyback, just doesn't cost anything. So he'll keep on racing for a trophy and a chance at the $50 bonus, brought to you by Myers Feed and Fertilizer. Bring up our next pair of juniors. $9.70 the dial in the left lane. For Mr. Charlie. But, oh boy. Potach? Charlie Pat. I'm going to say Potach. I'm sorry if that's wrong. Mount Horeb, Wisconsin. Slade Hess, right lane. Eli, Iowa. And Slade's a little bit too excited and hands the win back over to Charlie. So Winlight, left lane for Charlie. And he goes 989 with a 9 on the 970 dial. Slade goes 799 with a 1 on the 8-0 prediction. So Slade going to find himself in the Consi as well. I'll bring up a couple of mainstays in our junior dragster classes the last few years. Sam Freeman, left lane. Leighton Hack in the right. These two have been battling it out over the last few years, it seems, to be our junior champion. I believe Sam was our junior champion in points last year. As it didn't seem like anybody could stop him last year. So 805 the dial for Sam, 791 for Leighton.
How many do you have?
So Sam, going to see if he can hold off the charge of Leighton. 2,000 separate them up front. Going to be a race down to the other end. Who has the car just a little bit better tuned? Going to go Sam Freeman's way. He goes 806 with a 2 on the 805 dial. Leighton 43 off the pace. So Sam Freeman moving on to round number 2 on the winner side. Leighton will drop to the free to enter Consi bracket. And we'll see if she can fight her way back into the runoff this afternoon. So Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. This is your last and final call as we are getting ready to start your class down the hill shortly. So once again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. $791 the dial in the left lane. $797 the dial on the right. Red light start for the right lane, 54 red. Left lane's 163 on the tree, down to the other end. 795 with a 7 on the 791 at 81 mile an hour. My announcer screen's giving me fits already. It's going to be a long afternoon, I think. So looks like a couple more pairs of juniors here. And then we will be headed into our Super Pro class. Haley Castle, left lane, 1467 the dial. Taking on Mr. Benji Freeman, 790 the dial for Benji. And away goes Kaylee. And Benji's going to see if he can track her down. Pretty significant starting line advantage for Kaylee. And she's going to get the win. She was 40... She goes 1472 with a 1 on the 1467 dial as Benji seems like maybe has a carburetor issue as it kind of stuttered and stumbled off the line. So Kaylee Castle, your winner. Moving on to round number 2. Benji going to find himself on the Concy side of the ladder. His day is not quite over yet. Just a little work left to be done. So that's going to bring up our buy car, Mackenzie Melcher, 893, our top qualifier today, winning the top qualifier bonus. And she's going to turn at 37 red, but it don't matter on a buy run. She's nothing but a time trial at this point. How close? 896 with a 0 on the 893. And then we will have one more junior coming to you, just a license pass. And then we'll be into Super Pro. So once again, Super Pro, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. Junior Street and Foxy Lady, you are on standby. So Junior Street, Foxy Lady, you are on standby. Test and tune cars, also be thinking about being ready. Make sure you got fuel in the car and air in the tires, as we will be calling you shortly as well. So once again, Super Pro, you should be in the lanes. Junior Street and Foxy Lady, you are on standby. And Test and Tune, be thinking about being ready, because we will be calling you here just shortly. little bit of track touch up as Alex wants to clean it up just a little bit. So we are rocking and rolling through first round. I mean, we are making some really good time. So just a broom and a drag for Al. And we will be moving on into Super Pro, our quick performance Super Pro class, the dragster and the fast door cars. As we have actually quite a good showing for a Saturday. So we want to thank everybody for showing up and hanging out with us. As it is Father's Day weekend, we want to say thank you to all the dads out there. And I'll dig more into it tomorrow. But it's been a while since we've raced on Father's Day weekend, and actually it was just kind of a scheduling error that allowed us to race on Father's Day weekend. So Alex is backing that thing up, so to speak. So it's time for Super Pro. So here we go with round number one, first pair, quick performance Super Pro class. Goodness gracious. My wires are all crossed today. Dalton Wall, left lane, 849 the dial on the dragster. Taking on Michael Freeman, the Gateway Towing sponsor Duster. 996 the dial for Mike. So here we go. Going to kick off Super Pro in grand fashion. 2 000s. Here we go. I was 12 total off. Good set of lights for both these gentlemen. 8,000 in the pocket of Dalton. And he's going to get the win. He is 002 and 18 above to be 20 total. Michael Freeman, 10 on the tree. And 1002 with a 4 on the 996. So Dalton Wall getting the win, moving on. Going to bring up Ray Thompson in the right lane in the Thompson Engineering and Racing dragster. I'm going to give a free little advertisement for Ray. He's got one of his old dragsters for sale on Facebook. I can't believe it's still for sale. It's a good deal. So if you're looking to get into a dragster, check it out. Good deal. Ray Thompson, 796 the dial. Valerie Chitty, 1036 the dial. 12 thousandths of a second. Separate them on the tree. Can Ray get the job done? And he will. He's 20 on the tree, goes 801 with a 4 on the 796 dial. Rather uncharacteristic driving from Valerie as she is 008 on the tree, had it in control, takes 75 stripe to break it out 9. Had to take 66 or less, so kind of an uncharacteristic loss for Valerie there, as she is usually quite the driver down on the far end. So Ray Thompson moving on to the next round. Kevin Hack, left lane, 1029 the dial. Cross Plains, Wisconsin in the 98 Camaro. Taking on Mitch Melchert, Hopkitten, Iowa. 783 the dial for Mitch. Man, these are some killer lights. Wow. Mitch, 007 up front. Doesn't quite get there, as Kevin Hack is 16 and 16 above to be 32 total. Mitch, 007, had the advantage. Dragster falls off 42. And Kevin Hack takes the win. Oh, hang on. We got the stop sign from Alex. As it appears, maybe Mike Halverson has died on the line here. Oh, we're refired. There's not a bigger panic in the world than when your car dies coming out of the burnout box. Garrett Chitty, left lane, 887 the dial from Grimes, Iowa. Taking on Mr. Mike Halverson from just across the highway right there in Earlville. The screen tells me 86 Camaro. My brain tells me I know better than that. Big advantage. Big advantage up front. Down to the other end. Mike Halverson turns it into a win as he had room to spare. He's 004 up front and 33 above. To be 37 total. Garrett, 58 on the tree, locked out. Garrett is going to join his wife Val in the buyback lane today. You know what they say, couples that do things together stay together. So they both decided to go to the buyback lane today. It's going to bring up the modified moped in the right lane. 5 thou separate them up front. A lot of zeros on the screen. Down to the other end. Dave Primrose, 007 and 40 above to be 47 total. Mike Melsha was 002 and 56 above. So Dave Primrose taking the scooter to round number 2. Bike keeps getting faster. Couple door cars here. Josh Bockenstead, the Carquest Dyersville machine. I want to thank Josh for everything he's done for us the last few years as not only a track sponsor, but delivering parts when we need it, and just everything he does for us. How about a track sponsor in the other lane, too? Kevin Ollinger from Ollinger Garage Doors, our trophy class sponsor. And we're going to have a drag race all the way down to the other end as Josh is 23 on the tree, but Kevin, 20 on the tree and 14 above is 34 total. Josh, 23 on the tree and 14 above. No good. So Kevin taking the win by 34 ten-thousandths of a second. I'm going to use the cliche here. The veteran, left lane. The rookie, right lane. Left lane, Al Grimm. In the new Folk chassis. Taking on Paige Davis, who's not really a rookie. Moving her way through to the big dragsters. But she started in a junior. She's been racing out here. But she's got her hands full with Al Grimm in the left lane. 752 the dial for Al. 777. How about that? Triple sevens for Paige. And she's going to take the win as Al is 002 too quick. And Paige is going to get the win. And she goes 36 on the tree and 773 with a 9 on the free pass. Al Grimm, 002, dead 4. So if you can, if it were so easy to just do the math, 2 total, right? That's how that works. That's going to bring up another pair of long cars here. As we have Matt Melcher in the right lane in the all-white dragster. 767 the dial for Matt. Matt calls Delhi, Iowa home, just a little south of here. Taking on Zach Miller from Muscatine. 740 the dial for Zach. 10 separate him on the tree to the other end. Matt Melcher is going to take the win as he is 23, dead 9. Zach, 33, and breaks it out 7, taking 6. Locked out. Nowhere to go for Zach as Matt Melcher puts the hurt on him. So Matt Melcher moving on to round number 2. Alrighty, Foxy Lady, Junior Street. It's your time for the staging lanes, please. Foxy Lady, Junior Street. Junior Street into lanes 2 and 3, please. Foxy Lady, the lanes 4 and 5, please. So once again, Junior Street and Foxy Lady, it's your time to shine. Lanes 2 and 3 for Junior Street. Lanes 4 and 5 for Foxy Lady, please. Zach Mortensen, left lane in the twin turbo dragster. Jim Olberg, right lane. 844 the dial for Jim. 708 for Zach. And those tires are just a humming as he's going to get the win. Jim Olberg had the advantage up front. Breaks it out more as Zach is 705 with a 1 at 186 mile an hour on the 708 dial. Jim goes 839 with a 3 on the 844. So once again, Junior Street and Foxy Lady, we will take you to the staging lanes. I have to apologize. I may have called you just a tad bit late. So once again, Junior Street and Foxy Lady, we will take you to the staging lanes. That's going to bring up Joey Notch, the first time back in the truck in 2 years. Taking on our resident bridesmaid. As Dan got the win in Pro, going to see if he can double it up in Super Pro. Killer. Killer, killer, killer. Dan Steffens got some room to move, and he's going to turn into a win. He's 002 and 10 above to be 12 total. Joey Notch, 40 on the tree and 29 above. Spoiling the comeback. So Dan Steffens moving on to the next round. Joey Notch. Nothing's ever easy coming back into a sport that you took a couple years off. If it was easy, everybody would do it. It's going to bring up Brian Yeomans in the left lane in the all-green shorty. Taking on Mr. James Halverson from right across the highway. 924 the dial for James, 813 for Brian. Only 0.02 of a second separate them on the tree. Down at the other end, James Halverson's going to get the win as he breaks it out less. Brian Yeoman in a double breakout takes the stripe by 11. James Halverson going to get the win as he is 21 on the tree, goes 923 with a 3 at 148 mile an hour. Brian Yeoman takes 11, needed to take 2 or less. So once again, Foxy Lady and Junior Street, we will take you both to the staging lanes, please. Foxy Lady and Junior Street, we will take you both to the staging lanes. Junior Street, we will take you in lanes 2 and 3. Foxy Lady, we will take you in lanes 4 and 5, please. We will go ahead and put out a call as well for our test and tune cars. So test and tune cars, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Test and tune, we will take you to lanes number 6. Jacob Miller taking the win there as Tyler Stick was 19 on the tree, but breaks it out 10, taking 39. Jacob 43 on the tree, dead 5. So good lap for Jacob. Tyler had it in control, didn't turn around, didn't look. Jacob getting the win, moving on to round number 2. As we are cruising through the day. So once again, Junior Street and Foxy Lady, I apologize. I don't mean to hammer on you, but I screwed up and called you a little late. 1 thou, separate Mark and Randy. Can Randy turn into a win? He cannot. Mark Rosenbaum, 59 on the tree. And 18 above. Randy had it. The 1 thou advantage, goes 903 with a 1 on the 905 dial. Takes 38, breaks it out 19. That's going to bring up the grocery getter wagon in the right lane. Part of the Miller-Thuman clan. One of my favorite cars on the property. I really do like this car. Taking on Zach Halverson on the left, 975 the dial for Zach. Zach's been on a tear lately, and he's looking to continue it here as he has the advantage up front. and he's going to take the win. He's 15 on the tree and 18 above. I'm sorry, 38 above. Had room to move as Scott Miller kind of misses the tree there. He's 91 and goes 1071 with a 3 on the 1068. So that's going to bring up probably the loudest car on the property currently against probably the quietest car on the property. Dustin Meyer, left lane, 705 in the bracket, top dragster. Taking on Logan Westcott in the right lane, runner-up in the EV class at the ET Finals last year at Flying H in Odessa. Representing Team Tri-State. 1064 the dial for Logan. Here we go, down to the other end to the quarter-mile finish. Dustin Meyer is going to get the win. He's 32 and 13 above. Handles him as he's 45 total. Logan was 56 on the tree and goes 66 with a 1 on the 64. So once again, Foxy Lady, we need you to the lanes, please. Foxy Lady, we need you to the staging lanes as soon as you are able. Junior Street. What did he say? So Mike Fuller going to take the bye in Super Pro round number 1. 25 on the tree. Goes 775 with a 9 at 174 a mile an hour. So Mike Fuller, you're buying Super Pro round 1. So that's going to probably bring up Junior Street as we are down to a final in Junior Street. We had 2 cars in Junior Street. The third car is just a license today. So test and tune cars. Once again, test and tune cars. This is your call to the lanes, your second call to lane number 6. So once again, test and tune cars. If you are looking for another pass here, this is your call to lane number 6. So Junior Street here, down to a final as we had 2 entries today and then a license pass to follow. Sam Freeman, left lane, 1097 the dial in Mr. Fiat. Take on Sophia Browning from Winfield in the 07 Honda. And away we go. For the trophy to the 8th mile stripe. Junior Street, kind of a cool class. Allows 13 to 15-year-olds to race with their parent in the passenger seat. And Sam Freeman's going to take the win as he is 78 on the tree, goes 1122 with a 9 on the 1097 dial. Sophia, 1130 with a 3 on the 1122, but was 288 on the tree. And gave Sam plenty of room to dance. So Sam Freeman, your Junior Street winner today. I believe that's going to bring up Melanie Castle, if I'm correct. Getting her Junior Street license so she can start racing hopefully as soon as tomorrow. I believe we can get her license the rest this afternoon. So once again, Junior Street, kind of a cool class because it allows 13-year-olds who can't even legally drive on the road yet to race down the racetrack with their parents. I know for a fact my parents would have told me absolutely not. Neither one of my parents would ride in that car with me. No shot. I'm only the second worst driver in my family too. Yeah. So Melanie Castle, 114 on the tree, goes 1104 with a 5 on her license pass. And we'll have a little lull in the action because Ryan screwed up and forgot to call him on time. So, announcer blues. Wah wah. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. So this is our Foxy Lady Class. The Foxy Lady Class is designed for race wives, girlfriends, daughters, aunts, nieces, the neighbors, whoever. The gals that don't usually get a race, that stand beside the men as they drag race all the time. So it's just kind of a fun class we put together. It's free to enter. It's a free buyback. It's all for fun. We have a nice little charcuterie board basket for our winner today, and an engraved charcuterie board. Those compliments of Heims awards and custom gifts. So the Foxy Lady Class, just a little bit of fun. I'll tell you what, though, some of these girls, they take it seriously. It is for fun. At the end of the day, they have a lot of fun with it, but they want to win. Probably one of the most competitive classes on the property this weekend, and that is no joke. So that'd be left lane, Cameron Cox, 1671 the dial, in the 08 Hyundai, with the motor that just says fast. All right, pro buybacks. We will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. So once again, pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks, lanes 4 and 5. So a good pair of reaction times for the Foxy Lady Class out front here, down to the other end. It's going to be Danica Sawyer taking the win as she is 62 on the tree and 1454 with a 0 on the 1453 dial. Cameron, 47, had the advantage, but gives it back to her as she goes 1675 with a 3 on the brakes at 82 mile an hour. So Danica takes the win by 18. That's probably like no offense, that's probably the closest to a drag race we've had out of this class in a while. I mean, that was a true pedal to the metal race. So good running for both those ladies. Obviously, it's a free buyback, so kind of just like a fun little first round we have going here. Ashley Ollinger in the left lane, 163 the dial, in the big old diesel pick-em-up dually. Jody Brady left lane in the 89 Pontiac, as they saunter their way down the track, almost daring each other to take the stripe first. And Jody Brady's going to take the win as Ashley was 163 on the tree, had the advantage, goes 1581, taking half a second of stripe. Jody Brady, left lane, 440 on the tree, goes 1719 with a 7. That's 1712. So Jody Brady taking the win, moving on to round number 2 of the Foxy Lady Class this afternoon. It's going to bring up Briar Hess in the right lane. Left lane, Lauren Meyer. I don't think Briar took any test hits, so this might be a smile and dial situation. Like, slap a number on the Jeep Compass and let's see what we can do. That's actually a Grand Cherokee. Lauren Meyer, left lane, 1586 the dial in the Chevy truck. 245 with a 5 to the 60 foot. That is hoofing it. On the brakes, she's going to take the win. As Briar was 628 on the tree, goes 1522 with a 6. Lauren, 220 with a 0. It's going to bring up Holly Cox with the bike in Foxy Lady. So once again, pro cars, we need you to lanes 4 and 5, please, for buyback. Pro. So pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. So Holly Cox on the buy for the Foxy Lady Class, 291 on the tree, goes 1539 with a 4 on the 1563 dial. As the Chevy truck finds a few extra horsepower and thunders its way through the quarter mile. It's her first day. So that's going to bring up our test and tune cars. I'm going to take a little break on the microphone, see where else I'm needed. We may be a little radio silent for a little bit, as I may need to go help with buybacks here. And I'll be back on the microphone as soon as I'm able. So enjoy our test and tune class here, and we'll be back racing with you here in just a minute. So once again, pro cars, this is your call. to lanes 4 and 5. Pro buybacks. This is your call to lanes 4 and 5. Once again, pro buybacks only. Winners will have you on standby, but pro buybacks will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. So Alex is going to go out and put a little broom and drag on the track, trying to clean up some of the tracks from those street tires. Once again, pro buybacks, this is your last and final call to lanes 4 and 5. Pro buybacks, this is your last and final call. Pro winners, this is your first call to lanes 4 and 5. To the back of lanes 4 and 5. Pro winners, to the back of lanes 4 and 5. Pro buybacks, your last and final call. Pro winners, this is your first call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro buybacks, your last and final call. Pro winners, your first call. So pro winners, this is your second call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro winners, this is your second call to lanes 4 and 5, please. For round number 2. As we hummed through round number 1, a little over an hour total. The whispers are starting to become more of a talk. Was whispers, was a rumor, starting to gain a little traction as it seems as we kind of mocolate through the afternoon. So once again, pro winners, lanes 4 and 5, please. Pro winners, lanes 4 and 5, please.
All right. Attention in the pits. Ryan took a little break. But Lucas is looking for sportsman buybacks to the lanes. So if you are buying back in sportsman, head to the lanes so Lucas can get you ready for your next round. Sportsman buybacks, first call.
Sportsman buybacks, lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buybacks, this is your call to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman buybacks, lanes 2 and 3. So here we go, round number 2 of Pro Class. Kevin Hack taking the win in the race just before this. Valerie Chitty, left lane, 1036 the dial, Grimes, Iowa. Ed Schmidt, right lane, Manchester. Valerie, 25 on the tree and 26 above for the win. Ed was 32 on the tree. Truck just can't quite get there. Valerie taking the win, moving on to the ladder. Greg Traeger in the primered Mercury, 1138 the dial. Bob Ridenauer from Manchester in the 67 CUDA. Says here, Bob won Pro Class on July 12th of 1998. Wheels up for Bob, as he has some space to dance down to the other end. Bob's going to get the win. He's 20 on the tree and had plenty of room down there as Greg misses it. 109, goes 1146 with a 5 on the 1138. So Bob Ridenauer going to see if he can follow up that win on July 12th of 1998. That was before I was born. Wow. That was before Alex was born. I'm sure Bob's probably turned on a few win lights since then. Frank Rechtman, left lane, Arcade Creek, Arizona Traveler in the 86 Mustang. Evan began in the 99 Trans Am, coming to us from Walcott. Can Evan turn on a win light? He sure does. 49 on the tree, 1060 with a 7 on the 1054. Frank right behind him, 76 on the tree, goes 991 with a 5 on the 981. Evan taking the win, 65 thousandths of a second. Going to bring up another set of Mustangs. We are Mustang heavy today, sportsman and pro. Couple pair of Fox bodies here. Left lane, Christian Vargason, 1095 the dial. Taking on Sly Rechtman in the right. 906 the dial for Sly. Christian powered by a 302 small block. Sly the 460 cubic inch. Wheels up for Christian. And win like Christian as Slide turns it 002 red. Goes 906 with a 1. Goes dead 1 with a red light. Christian 15 on the tree, goes 1092 with a 7 on the free pass. Lion Mike Wymore, right lane, in the Plymouth Arrow. He's going to take the win as he is 22. Mr. Man in the left lane, 004 red. Mike goes 926 with a 9 at 143 mile an hour. That's going to bring up the madman from Moline, Jason Seeley. 1127 the dial for Jason. Taking on Jaron Christensen, 941 on the Busa. Jaron making his first shots in Pro ET on the season. Now, these aren't pro lights. These are super pro lights. Look at this. 001 left lane, 006 in the right. And Jaron Christensen's going to get the win as he is 001 and goes 945 with a 4 on the 941 dial. Jason 006 right behind him. Goes 1132 with a 0 on the 1127. So Jaron Christensen moving on to round number 3 on the bike. That's going to bring up dragster Dan Steffens, right lane. Taking on Mr. Ryan Kruger in the left. So once again, Sportsman Buybacks, this is your last and final call. Sportsman Buybacks, this is your last and final call. We will take you Sportsman winners to the back of lanes 2 and 3. Sports winners to the back of lanes 2 and 3, please. And Dan Steffen's going to end his day there as he is 12 red and is going to shut the dragster off and save it for Super Pro. Ryan Kruger shuts the bike off early. 61 on the tree, goes 967 with a 2 on the 928. Alex out there with hands in his pockets, making sure they clear. He's going to saunter back underneath the shade and give us the green light to go. Troy Stender, left lane in the Ford fair lane. Mr. Logan Westcott in the right in the Tesla. So once again, Sportsman Buybacks, you should be in the lane. Sportsman Winners, we will take you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Sportsman Winners to the back of lanes 2 and 3, please. The Tesla's away. The fair lane's away. To the other end of the track we go. Logan Westcott going to get the win. 48 on the tree and 11 above. Troy was 104. Let go a little late. Goes 877 with a 3 on the 874 dial. Bruce Stockman, right lane. I don't know if that was accidental or not, but he's in. So a double bulb for Bruce Stockman. Maybe a little bit of a head game here. Tyler Rizzi in the right, 1078 the dial for Tyler in the 83 Regal. Well, whether it was a head game or not, Bruce has got 20 thou to play with down at the other end. He's 31 dead 1 to be 32 total. Tyler 50 on the tree, goes 1084 with an 8 on the 1078. And rocks galore on the starting line as he brought the whole quarry with him. So small little cleanup and back to scheduled programming here in just a second. Quite a description from our starter down there. He left half a gravel road down here. Tim Kania, left lane in the Nova. John Ulbrich, right lane in the Camaro. 1029 the dial for John. 1040 for Tim. Tim, best appearing award at last year's ET Finals in Odessa. 0.02 of a second on the tree, separate them as these two gentlemen push the cars down to the quarter mile, down to the other end of the track. John Ulbrich, 24 dead 2 to be 26 total. Ooh, we're getting tight now. Tim Kania, 22 on the tree, goes 1039 with a 1 on the 1040, takes 13, breaks it out 9, had to take 4 or less. That's going to bring up a couple classics here. Mark Rosenbaum, right lane, 64 Corvette from Stoughton, Wisconsin. Mark double duty today as he was running the Corvette in Pro and the Dragster in Super Pro. And I don't know what happened there. But Mark is 1.471 on the tree. He was just as quick on the tree as he was to the 60-foot. So I don't know if Mark was daydreaming, but Bill Cox is going to get the win. He's 40 on the tree and comfortably goes 934 with a 7 on the 918. As like I said, I don't know if something happened in the car for Mark or if he just missed it. But Bill Cox taking the win. Coley Novak in the 87 Mazda. Going to take the win as Austin Ridenauer is 006 blinking red. And Coley Novak, see how close he can get to 979. He goes 982 with a 0 at 128 mile an hour. Austin goes 1024 with a 3 on the 1020. Juniors, juniors, juniors. This is your time to shine. We will take you junior dragsters to lane number 1. Preparing. Junior dragsters, we will take you to lane number 1, please. Junior dragsters, this is your first call for round number 2 to lane number 1. Sportsman winners, this is your final call. You should be in the lane. Sportsman winners, this is your final call. You should be in the lanes. Trophy class, this is also your first call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Trophy cars, this is your first call to lane 4 and 5, please. Trophy, lanes 4 and 5. Bob Dish is going to shake his head at that time slip. As he is 005 red, as James Wolfe was 284 on the tree, goes 1134 with a 3 on the 1120. So Bob, nothing he can do but shake his head as he was just 005 too quick, goes 1056 with a 5 on the 1055 prediction. We're a couple good racers here as Jeff Freeman Jr., one of the hardest working dads out here, I'd say, with 2 kids to keep running in juniors and one of them in junior street. 11:15 the dial for Jeff. Zach Halverson in the right lane. 975 in the Camaro. Even Steven up front. How about it? 004 for both of them up front. Who can get down to the stripe at the right time here? Jeff Freeman Jr. is going to take the win as he is 004, goes 1114 with a 4 on the 1115 dial. Zach 004 as well, 974 with a 1 on the 975. So Jeff Freeman Jr. and Zach Halverson's day in pro. That's the start of Sportsman. So our last pair of pro cars here. The not on file S10 is going to take the win as he is 85, but Ryan Sefford goes 004 red. So on the free pass, the S10 going to stop the clock at 1099 with a 3 at 122 mile an hour. So once again, juniors, juniors, we need you to lanes 1 please. Juniors, we need you to lane number 1. Trophy class, we need you to lane 4 and 5, please. Trophy class, we need you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Again, juniors, we will take you to lanes number 1. Trophy will take you to lanes 4 and 5. I'll bring up our first pair of sportsman buybacks. Sky Borchning left lane in the Mustang. Rick Coleman in the right in the 84 Trans Am. How close to 1258 can Rick get? How about dead 7? 42 dead 7 to be 49 total. Sky 73 completely locked out. So Rick Coleman, your winner there. Moving on to round number 3. Sky is done for the day. Going to bring up Corey Miller in the right lane, 12-22 the dial. And the 68 Barracuda taking on Andrew Quinn. Finds himself in a rare buyback situation as he doesn't usually find himself here. But Andrew was on the receiving end of a whooping first round. 30 separate him on the tree. And how about that? Corey Miller, 64 on the tree and 14 above. Gets the win as Andrews, 34 on the tree, had the advantage, but breaks it out. 52 or 42, taking 86 stripes. So I had to take just a little bit less. Corey gets down there and turns him loose, and Andrew beats himself. So Corey Miller moving on to round number 3. So once again, juniors, we will take you to lane number 1, please. Juniors, we will take you to lane number 1. Trophy class, you should be in lanes 4 and 5, please. Trophy class, we should have you in lanes 4 and 5. Sherry Coleman going to get the win there. She is 13:42 with a 3 at 105 mile an hour on the 13:40 prediction. Dave Benson was 21 on the tree, breaks it out 2 thousandths, taking 52 stripe. It's going to bring up Carolyn Coleman in the old one Mustang. 14:23 the dial for her. Taking on Doug Heinrichs. Doug, 13:14 the prediction. Pretty big advantage on the starting line. One of these drivers got a little room to dance and can't quite get there. Carolyn goes 14:25 with a 9 at 96 mile an hour. Getting the win. Doug had the starting line advantage, but the car just couldn't quite get there for him. So Carolyn moving on to round number 3. So once again, juniors, this is your last and final call to lane number 1, please. Juniors, this is your last and final call. Trophy, this is your last call to lanes 4 and 5. As we are cruising. Next pair of sportsman cars coming to the line now. Tim Earl, right lane, 12:31 the dial. Tim has the opportunity to get a couple points back today as Andrew Quinn is out of competition today. As he goes nowhere, goes 0-2 on the day, and Tim Earl's got a little chance to get some back. And he's going to get a round back here as Justin Vargason is 49 on the wrong side of the bulb. Tim Earls, 37 on the tree, goes 12:36 with a 3 on the 12:31 dial. Justin, 15:92 with a 2 on the 15:52. That's going to bring up Kagan Hilsenbeck in the right lane in the El Camino, taking on Mr. Nathan Riley from Illinois. Had about a 5-hour drive to get here, he said. And just wanted to turn on a couple win lights. See if he can do one more here against our high school champion from last year. Nathan is down there on the throttle already, and he's going to get the win. It's not good when someone's whomping the throttle before the 1,000 foot. Something terrible has happened. Nathan's going to get the win. He's 76 on the tree, goes 11:90 in and out of the throttle. Kagan missed the tree there, 258, goes 12:13 with a 3 on the 12:10. But Mr. Riley moving on to round number 3. So juniors are in the lanes. Trophy is in the lanes. Super Pro, you are on deck. Super Pro buybacks, you are on deck. So just make sure you're ready. The call will be coming to you shortly. As soon as we get to junior going down the track, we are going to call Super Pro buybacks. And once again, Super Pro buybacks, you are on deck. So be ready. Your call is coming shortly. Now this just ain't fair. Michelle Stepanek taking on her husband, Craig Stepanek. Michelle going to see if she can teach him a lesson. It is Craig's birthday today. Is that what you said? Craig's birthday, his 25th birthday today. Can he turn on a win light? No, Michelle's going to get the better of him here. She is 78 on the tree, goes 13.53 with a 3 on the 13.49 prediction. Well, Craig, you might not have won the race, but you look really good for 25. So happy birthday to you, Craig. Hopefully Michelle can continue on and win a little money for you, and you guys can go out and enjoy a nice supper tonight. So once again, happy birthday to Mr. Craig Stepanek. And Michelle, moving on to round number 3. That's going to bring up John Walker in the 72 Nova. Taking on Jim Eam in the 19 Challenger. That is a lot of numbers all at once. Goodness. Not exactly the authors of the book of reaction times this time around, but respectable nonetheless, as Jim Eam's going to take the win. He goes 12.21 with a 3 at 107 mile an hour. John missed the tree and couldn't quite get there to the dial as he drops the round to Jim. And John's going to be done for the day. Jim's going to see round number 3 coming up here just shortly. Here we go. All right, Super Pro buybacks. Super Pro buybacks. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buybacks. This is your first call to lanes 7 and 8. Stan Koepka going to get the win there. 16.41, the slow roller, turning on the win light. As William Stender breaks it out. So Stan moving on to round number 3 in Sportsman today. This will be your start of your Ollinger Garage Doors Trophy class. Another relationship on the line here, as boyfriend and girlfriend are going to meet each other here in round number 1 of Trophy. Emily Vargason in the left lane in the Fox Body Mustang. Taking on Owen Hageman in the right in the 04. 1339 the dial for Owen, 1434 for Emily. .34 separate them up front on the tree. Down to the other end. How about Owen Hageman taking the win? He's 212 on the tree. Goes 13.38 with an 8. Breaks it out 2,000. So Emily had it in her grasp. Had it in her grasp, but couldn't quite turn on the win. So Owen moving on to catch either the Camaro or the bike in the trophy final today. Okay, so once again, Super Pro buybacks. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buybacks. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buybacks, lanes 7 and 8. Tyler Freeman on the bike, looking to take a round win away from Rick Coleman in the Camaro. Rick has the starting line advantage, and he's going to take the win. Rick is 123 on the tree, goes 1247 with a 4 on the 1206. Tyler 242 on the tree, and the bike slows down pretty substantially, as it maybe looked like he might have missed a gear. So Rick Coleman moving on to catch Owen in the trophy final today. We're going to bring up our junior dragster class. So once again, Super Pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro buybacks, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8. And as the juniors run, I'm going to take a small step away from the microphone, and I will be right back with you here in just a few seconds. So last and final call, Super Pro buybacks. Last and final call, Super Pro buybacks. So Super Pro buybacks. This is your last and final call. Super Pro winners. We will take you to the top of the lanes, 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners. We will take you to the top of the lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners. Super Pro winners. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Alrighty, so now that I gave my brain a little rest because I need it. I had steam coming out of my ears, overheating. Bring up our last few pairs of juniors here. Jeff Freeman. I believe that's Benji in the left lane. Benji Freeman left lane. Picking on Emma Lane in the right. 790 the dial for Benji. 8 flat for Emma. Emma has the advantage on the starting line. Can she hang on for the win? Yes, sirree. 119 on the tree, goes 802 with a 6 for the win. Benji misses the tree, is 25 above. Emma moving on to the next round in the Consi ladder. Now we'll bring up our junior bye, Mr. Bennett Meyer. Bennett was a Wally winner Memorial Day weekend, as he went all the way through the winner's side and ran the runoff and got the win. Took home his first Wally. Giving Grandpa Mike down there a little crap there, as it seems though the family is stacking up Wallies and he's still waiting to receive one. So Bennett going to take the free pass down the lane, get the data, and come back around for the next round of the Consi. And that'll bring up our junior license pass, as we are looking to get this young man licensed so we can get him in competition tomorrow. So Super Pro winners, you should be coming around to lanes 7 and 8, please. Super Pro winners, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. My starter guy is telling me he needs just a few minutes before Super Pro to make sure the track is right and tight. So one more junior to go, a little bit of track prep, and we'll be moving on from there. So Super Pro, you should be headed to the lanes. Junior Street and Foxy Lady, you are on standby. And Test and Tune Cars, you are also on standby. You're on a longer standby. So Junior Street and Foxy Lady, you are on the short standby. Test and Tune, stay put. We'll get you going here in just a minute. Just a reminder for all the racers out there, the ET Finals is less than 90 days away, so if you have not signed up for season points and you are wanting to make a run at the Division 5 ET Finals right here at Tri-State Raceway, I'd advise you get signed up for points because we are expecting 2 full teams this year, so points will matter. So once again, if you are looking to race at the ET Finals for Division 5 right here in the middle of the corn, come on up to the tower, get signed up for your points series so we can get you on the point sheet because you don't start accumulating points until the day you sign up. All right, last and final call, Super Pro winners. You are going down the track right now. Last and final call, Super Pro winners. We need you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Michael Freeman, left lane, 10 flat the dial, taking on Joey Notch in the right, 9:36 the dial for Joey. Down at the other end, Joey's going to get the win. He is 44 dead 8. Mike, 60 on the tree, goes 994 with a 1 on the 10 flat. Mike Melsha, left lane, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in the 73 Duster. 920 the dial, taking on the Tesla of Logan Westcott. 1068 the dial for Logan. It's going to be a drag race down to the other end as 4,000 separate them on the tree. Down to the other end. Logan Westcott's going to get the win as he is 62 dead 3. To be 65 total. Mike Melsha, 58 on the tree and 21 above. No good. So Foxy Lady Class, Foxy Lady buybacks. So if you were a first round runner-up, Foxy Lady buybacks, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady runner-ups, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady, lanes 4 and 5. Josh Bockenstead, 10 flat the dial in the 73 Nova. Taking on Mitch Melchert in the dragster. 786 the dial for Mitch. And Mitch is going to get the automatic win as Josh turns at 10 thou red. Mitch didn't leave him a whole lot of room to get under him as he was 006 and goes 23 above to be 29 total. So Mitch Melchert getting the win, moving on. Josh done for the day as we are rolling through round 2 of Super Pro. So once again, Foxy Lady runner-ups. If you did not make it through first round, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. There's a free buyback, no cost to you. Just another shot to get back in competition. So Foxy Lady buybacks, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. Valerie Chitty in the right lane, 1039 the dial, taking on Brian Yeomans in the dragster. Oh, that's a lot of zeros. Oh boy. Brian Yeomans. Trip zip on the tree and 34 above. He's 34 total. Valerie's 55 on the tree and had nowhere to go as Brian handles her on both ends of the track. Brian moving on to round number 3 of Super Pro. Valerie down to just the pro entry. We'll bring up Randy Temperley in the right lane, 903 the dial. From East Dubuque, Illinois, the 565 cubic inch big block Camaro. And Jim Obrick from North Buena Vista, Iowa is going to turn it 40 red and hand the win over to Randy. Randy is 25 on the tree, goes 907 with a 1 at 149.6 mile an hour. So Randy Temperley, your winner in that lap. As Jim is on the wrong side of the green bulb. He goes 838 with a 0 at 160. How about that? Dead zero. I didn't even see that. So Jim Olbrich is dead zero, but unfortunately, let's go 40 too soon. But good little lap for Jim otherwise. We're going to bring up Al Grimm in the right, Tyler Stick in the left. A couple of our quick 16 participants running quick 16 tomorrow. As the quickest 16 cars qualify, and then it's just a bracket race from there. Tyler, 746 the dial. Al, 752. 5 thousandths of a second on the tree. Al Grimm has the advantage, and Al Grimm's going to get the win. He's 007 and 19 above, as he has 26 total. Tyler, 12 on the tree, and 37 ends his day. So Al Grimm taking the win over Tyler Stick. It's going to bring up Zach Miller in the left lanes, 738 the dial for the dragster, 888 the dial for the door car of Garrett Chitty. Nine thousandths of a second advantage to the left lane, win light, right lane. Garrett Chitty, 40 on the tree, goes 891 with a 1. Zach Miller takes 41 a stripe and breaks it out 1,000ths of a second. Had to take 40 or less. Just had to hit a butterfly on the way down is all he had to do to slow himself down. Just had to clip the wing of a fly, and he'd have been dead zero. So, fortunately for Zach Miller, Garrett Chitty's going to get the win. Moving on to round number 3. We have 17. Ray Thompson, left lane from Waterloo, Iowa, 801 the dial for the dragster. Mike Halverson, 941 the dial, and so once again, Foxy Ladies, there is no reason we shouldn't have 7 cars again, because it is a free buyback. It costs, we should have 8. So once again, remember, it is an absolutely free buyback. No cost to you. No reason not to do it. One more round of fun, guaranteed, for everybody involved. So once again, Foxy Ladies, we should have all of you back around in the staging lanes, because it is an absolutely free buyback. Nobody pays a thing. And honestly, if you guys saw this this little basket we had to give away up here, I had thought about racing it. I consider myself a rather foxy gentleman, which doesn't fit all the parameters of the class, but I can wear a wig. Jacob Miller turns it 002 on the wrong side of the ball. Kevin Ollinger is going to get away with a win, as he is 23 on the tree and 41 above. Jacob Miller goes 866 with a 7 at 151 mile an hour, but Kevin Ollinger moving on. Round number 3 of Super Pro, as we continue marching through this beautiful Saturday afternoon. The flag, nothing but a little bit of motion, enough breeze to keep the cool, but nothing to enhance. Lost my train of thought. Lucas smacked the counter behind me. I lost my train of thought. Wow. Left lane, Mark Rosenbaum, 813 the dial in the 23 Miller. Matt Melchert, 767 the dial. 1,000ths of a second on the tree. Not much of an advantage either way. Down to the quarter-mile timing cone. Matt Melchert's going to get the win, as he is 24 and 29 above. Getting the win by 0.0041, 41 ten-thousandths of a second, as Mark Rosenbaum sees the win light come on in the other lane, and his day is done in Super Pro. Matt Melchert moving on. Mike Fuller in the left lane. Alrighty, all Foxy Lady, we will take you all back to the staging lanes, please. All Foxy Lady cars, we will take you back to the staging lanes, please. Foxy Ladies, this is your call to lanes 4 and 5, please. Foxy Lady, we will take you all back to the staging lanes, please. Mike Fuller going to get the win here as Dan Steffen turns it 006 red. And goes 902 with a 1 on the 904 prediction. Mike Fuller, 36 dead 5. Lays down a good lap on him. So Mike Fuller moving on to round number 3. On to the ladder here. As we move our way through the afternoon. That is a heck of a hat John Thuman's got on down there in the starting line. Heck of a hat for John Thuman. Look at that thing. Kevin Hack, left lane in the Camaro, taking on Zach Mortensen in the twin-turbo rear-engine dragster. Wheels up for Kevin. And here comes Zach, seeing if he can chase him down. That is a lot of closing speed for that dragster. Down to the other end of the track. Kevin Hack's going to get the job done as he is 21 on the tree, goes 10:31 with a 5. Zach Mortensen, 44 and 23 above. No good. Kevin Hack moving on. Zach Mortensen, done for the day. Going to bring up James Halverson in the right lane in the 92 Grand Prix, taking on Dave Primrose on Suzuki Hayabusa. 842 the dial for Dave, 923 for James. And Dave's going to have a little work to do if he wants to see his win light down to the other end of the track. Looks like he's got him covered. And he got it done. How about that? 34 on the tree, goes 843 with a 3 on the 842 prediction. James Halverson, 23 on the tree, had it in his hands. Car doesn't get there. He's 29 above. Dave Primrose getting the win by 59 ten-thousandths of a second. Moving on to round number 3, Mr. Primrose. I believe that's going to bring up Paige Davis in the right lane. 773 the dial for the dragster. Zach Halverson in the left. 974 for the Camaro. The Shake Your Money Maker Camaro. Taking on the Pro Fusion dragster. And Zach Halverson's going to end his own day himself as he is 004 red. Paige Davis, 32 on the tree, goes 775 with an 8. Getting the win. Zach Halverson goes 1031 as he clicks it off. No reason to hurt the car. No reason to risk anything as he ends his day on the starting line. So Paige Davis moving on to round number 3. That's going to bring up a couple dragsters here. As Alex is on the run, out to the 60-foot, putting down a record sub-1 second 60-foot run. Gets the rock off the wall, and here he is. That is, you guys are seeing lightning speed as he sprints back to the starting line, and a nice, graceful little step not to trip the beams. Look at that. Nothing but raw power and male performance from our starting line guy down there. Dalton Wall, left lane, 850 the dial. Taking on Dustin Meyer, 705. Dalton coming to us from Maquoketa, Iowa. Dustin, Walford, Iowa. And here we go. Dustin Meyer has the advantage on the tree and gets the win as he is 009 and goes 710 with a 3 on the 7:05 prediction. Dalton Wall had a chance. He was 27 on the tree, goes 8:48 with a 6. Breaking it out 14, taking 49. So Dalton Wall had it in his grass. Dustin Meyer closes the door on him, and that will do it for round number 2 of Super Pro. So Foxy Ladies, we should have you in the lanes right now. Foxy Lady, we need you in the lanes right now. And Test and Tune Cars, we will take you to lane 6, please. Test and Tune Cars, we will take you to lane number 6, please. Test and Tune, lane number 6. It appears our second round of Foxy Lady is rolling down the hill. So once again, Test and Tune, Test and Tune. If you have a Test and Tune ticket, we will take you to lanes number 6, please. Test and Tune. If you have a Test and Tune ticket, we will take you to lane number 6. Jody Brady, left lane, 1715 the dial. Ashley Ollinger, 1585 the dial. Starting line advantage to the big pick-em-up truck. Win light, the big pick-em-up truck. How about that? Ashley Ollinger's 85, smacks the brake, dead 6 to be 91 total. Jody Brady, 114 on the tree. Goes 17-15 with a 3. She was dead 3. Oh my gosh. They're putting up better numbers in our Super Pro class. Ashley's dead 6. Jody's dead 3. Clean up the reaction times, and we got some racing to do. Cameron Cox, left lane, 1671 the dial. Briar Hess, 15 flat the dial in the 15 Grand Cherokee. Cameron is away. Briar is away. Cameron. Got a reaction time that's going to win you a race once in a while. Briar got a little work to do. Cameron Cox going to get the win. 40 on the tree, on the brakes, heavy. Scrubs 12. Probably. I don't know if it was actually 12. It was probably more like 4. Scrubs 4 to get the win, 1693 with a 7 on the 1671. Briar, 550 on the tree, goes 1515 with a 9 at 90 mile an hour. It's going to bring up a pair of Chevy trucks here as Holly Cox, left lane. Lauren Meyer in the right. Almost daring each other to stage. $15.40 the dial for Holly, $15.86 the dial for Lauren. Starting line advantage goes to the Chevy truck. The red one, that is. Win light. Left lane, Holly, 165 on the tree, goes 1548 with a 9 on the 1540 dial. Lauren, 255 on the tree, 1592 with a 4 at 86 mile an hour. So Holly Cox moving on, Cameron Cox moving on, Ashley Ollinger moving on, and your buy car. Going to take the free pass here. $14.40 the dial for Danica. And away the Corvette goes. Bring up Test and Tune. And I will take Pro Cars to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro ET, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Pro Cars, your first call. Top of the lanes for pairing, please. Remember, racers, if you did trip zip today, your reaction time, all zeros, whether it was a time trial or a competition run, bring your time slip up to the tower, get yourself entered into the quick performance drawing. In the quick performance let and go triple O, get yourself a poker chip, get yourself entered into the drawing for a $500 gift certificate from Quick Performance here at the end of the season. But remember, you don't get entered unless you bring the time slip up and fill out the sheet. So once again, if you were 000 at all today, whether it was a time run or competition, bring your time slip on up, get yourself entered, so you can get your chance to win a $500 gift certificate. So once again, Pro Cars, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, top of the lanes for pairing. Once again, Pro Cars, we need you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars, we need you to the top of the lanes for pairing. Sportsman, you are on deck. So Sportsman Cars, be ready. Your call will be coming just shortly. Sportsman Cars, you are on deck. Your call will be coming shortly. But Pro Cars, we need you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Pro Cars. Sportsman Cars, we will take you for pairing, please. Sportsman Cars, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please. Sportsman Cars, we will take you to the top of the lanes for pairing, please.
Alrighty, attention in the pits. Junior dragsters, you guys, it is your call to the lanes. Bring them around for round number 3, I believe we're on. Pro class up here on the starting line. Christian Vargason dialed in at a 1093, going up against Jaron Christensen at his 941. Reaction time to Christian. Win light goes to Jaron. Jaron's going to go down there and go 945 with an 8 on a 941. And Christian's going to go down there, break out 1 thou. Had room, but took her just 1 thou too early. That brings up Bruce Stockman in the left lane, Evan McGann in the right. Stockman going to take the advantage up front and carry it all the way down to the other end. Goes 63 with a 4 on his 61. Evan McGann goes a little too fast trying to get there. Junior dragsters, this is your second call. Bring them around to the short chute. Lucas is up there to pair you. Next pair up, that'll bring Logan Westcott going up against Bob Ridenauer. Bob dialed in at a 1017, Logan at a 1071. Logan running his 21 Tesla and Ridenauer in the 67 Cuda. Slight advantage up front's going to go to the left lane. We'll see if he can hold on to it. Get to the other end. Win light says Bob Ridenauer taking the win. 52 dead 4. Locks Logan out. Margin of victory, just 12 thousandths. But Bob Ridenauer, going 56 total, is going to lock out Logan Westcott, and Bob will be coming around to the next round. It's going to bring up John Olbrich in his 86 Camaro, going up against Sean Margits in his 96 Sonoma. Sean had a little transmission issue this morning, blew a little fluid around, but seems to have gotten it fixed. Large advantage going up front to the right lane. Sean is out with a little room. Win light's going to go John's way. Looks like Sean needed to hit the brakes down there, broke out big. So win light is going to go to John, going dead 8 with getting a lucky one up front. Next up, we'll bring up Mike Wymore and his Arrow, going up against Mr. Kruger on his Hayabusa over there. Sorry, Kawasaki, my bad. Ryan Kruger dialed in at a 928. Mike Wymore at a 927. They're going to leave about the same time. Well, Ryan got out of there first, and he's got the advantage. We'll see what the win light says on the other end. Does he turn around? He does. Ryan's going to roll off of it. Going to go 57 up front, 10 above. Go 67 total and lock Mike out. So Ryan will be coming around to join us in round number 4. I'll bring up Bill Cox and Valerie Steffens. These two had quite a bit of racing last year trying to get that top spot. I believe Valerie ended up walking away with it towards the end of the year, but Bill dialed in at a 919 in his 48 Anglia. Valerie at 1036 in her 2010 Camaro. Good lights up front. Slight advantage going Valerie's way. Down to the other end. Win light, Valerie. Takes the stripe by 2,000ths and the race by 2,000ths. Valerie was 002, 17 above, and Bill just couldn't quite get there. Going 10 up front, 11 above, just edged out. James Wolfe and Charles Sullivan. Looks like Charlie had something go wrong on the tree. Flicking her quite a bit red. Thinking something with the trans brake didn't hold on it. Win's going to go James Wolfe. He will bring it around for round number 4. I'll bring up Jeff Freeman Jr. and Coley Novak. Jeff dialed his 69 Barracuda in at an 1113. Coley's got his Mazda at a 982. Reaction time advantage goes to Coley, 001, and he'll take the win. 001, 53 above, gonna lock Jeff Freeman out. Jeff just didn't quite have the eye on the tree that round. So Coley will come around for round number 4. And that will bring up what looks to be our bye in Pro Class. It's gonna be Kevin Hack. Kevin's got a 1030 up there. He's going to stage it, and tree comes down, and away he goes. 45 up front. He's going to stretch her legs out, see how close he can get to that number. Pretty close to that number, going just 8 below. 8,000's too fast, so he'll be able to take that back around and get a little more information on it. So looks like that's going to wrap up our Pro Class here. I believe that's going to bring Sportsman up. Yeah, it looks like Sportsman's getting ready to roll. With that, we've got Sportsman rolling. Trophy, you should be in the lanes. Juniors, you should also be in the lanes. I believe we got all of you up there. So with that, we will start Super Pro. Super Pro, round number 3 to the top of staging for pairing. Super Pro, round 3 to the top of staging for pairing. First pair out the gate in Sportsman, we got Carolyn Coleman going up against Jim Eam. Carolyn's got her 2001 Mustang. Jim in his 19 Challenger. Carolyn gets out first. Slight advantage going Jim's way. Goes down to the other end. Win's going to go to Carolyn. Jim Eam just a little too far off the dial. Carolyn holds on, takes the win. Up next, Nathan Riley. Was talking to him this morning, said that car hadn't run in 15 years. They've had it out once before this, did a little testing on Wednesday over in Indy. Decided to bring it out and see if he could go a few rounds in it. Nathan going up against Sherry Coleman. Sherry dialed in at a 1340 in her 2010 Camaro. Looks like Nathan's got her covered, and he's going to hold on to it. Backs right into her. He's going to take the win. Nathan going 54 up front and on the brakes to not break out, but win goes Nathan's way, and he will join us. He will join us in round number 4, I believe. 4. I'll bring up Tim Earl and Corey Miller. Tim's in at a 12:33, Corey at a 12:22. Tim's got the advantage with a 43 up front. Corey's got a little work to do with his 96. Win light goes Tim's way. Tim's going to be 43 up front, 58 above, and it's going to be just about locking him out. Corey had a little bit of room to play with, but not a whole lot, and couldn't quite get it done. This pair here looks like Stan Kopecki is broke. So Michelle is going to take the Byron. It's a competition broke by. That's why you see 2 numbers up there on the other end. In the computer, it looks like there was supposed to be somebody next to her, and when Ryan throws the switch twice, it drops them down like they did not stage, which obviously they didn't, being broke. So the win's going to go to Michelle. And that will bring up our true buy. So it's going to be another single one here, but he got the buy based on the ladder. So this is Rick Coleman in his 84 Trans Am. Rick's dialed in at a 1258. Rick Coleman's going to go 009, 4 below to get his data and bring her around for the next round. Gonna bring up our junior dragster class. First pair is gonna be brother sister Jackson and Mackenzie Melcher. Got one crew chief checking both cars, so making a few laps back and forth, making sure everything's tuned in, got the idle set just right. Mackenzie's gonna bump in first. Final touches on Jackson's shake of the car says, let's go. Put her in the beams. Jackson starts creeping forward. We got them both pre-stage. Jackson in at a 790. Mackenzie in at an 894, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be an age restriction there. I think Mackenzie would rather be running 790s, but age is going to keep her at 890s. Win light goes Jackson's way. Mackenzie had the advantage up front, 75 up front, but broke out trying to get there. Needed to pump the brakes a few more times, but Jackson's going to take the win. I'm going to bring up Sam Freeman. Sam Freeman getting the bye. Put a little rush on him. We apologize for that. It's a tricky part with juniors when dad's still in the big car. Hard to get the junior around. They haven't quite figured out how to let them start themselves, so. Sam's going to come around, click a little red, but get some information going down the other lane. And he will come back around for the final. Super Pro, attention in the pits, Super Pro. If you are not in the lanes already, you need to be very soon because we're finishing up juniors and we're rolling straight into Super Pro. So again, Super Pro. And with that, we will move into Foxy Lady as well. Foxy Lady, if you are still in, if you were a winner in the last round, bring it around. We'll get you paired up and we'll get you down the track. Leighton Hack getting the Byron. Leighton dialed in at a 793. Bouncing in, there she's staged. Tree comes down. Well, she's away clean and green, but I'm thinking that's a little more green than she wanted to be. All right. Rick Coleman in your Camaro for trophy final. Rick Coleman, we're looking for you for the trophy final. Looks like all the Super Pro is there. So, Foxy Lady, bring them around. If you were a winner, bring it back around. We got two of our Foxy Lady contestants. Danica and Cameron have made it around. There's Holly pulling out. I believe that means we are just waiting on Ashley. So Ashley, whenever you're ready, bring that truck around. I've been hearing all the pointers you're getting from Kevin, so I expect big things. All right, so Super Pro is in the lanes. Our trophy final is in the lanes. Foxy Lady, I think we're still just waiting on Ashley. Looks like Super Pro's coming down the hill. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and call around our test and tune. Test and tune, you can bring them around. So again, this is if you purchased a test and tune time card only. This is only if you purchased a test and tune tech card. So test and tune, you can bring them around. Dave Primrose in the right on his bike going up against Mr. Brian Yeomans. Brian with his 99 Mullis rear engine dragster. Looks like Brian's got a little trouble on the starting line. Dave's 10 up front, gonna go down there and just roll out of it. He saw Brian wasn't there, so he rolled off. Not sure what happened for Brian, but looked like car kind of creeped forward on him and didn't take off when it was supposed to. I'm fairly certain that thing's supposed to be faster than 2 seconds to the 60. So the win's going to David Primrose. David will join us in round number 4. It's going to bring up Paige Davis going up against Mike Halverson. Mike's got a little change of pace in this Malibu he's got. Might remember him last year with his black Camaro running mid-7s. Well, he slowed her down a little bit with the Malibu. Now he's going to go 940s. Paige tuning the dragster up a little bit, going 774. is what she's looking for. Reaction time, slight advantage to Mike up front, about 4th thou. It's going to take it to the other end. And the win's going to go Mike Alverson's way. Dragster just not quite running the number for Paige today. But Mike getting the win, going 14 up front, 31 above. Putting together some pretty good packages today. That's going to bring in Kevin Ollinger going up against Mitch Melcher. Identical reaction times up front, so they're going to take it to the top end to see who's got what it takes. Kevin Ollinger is going to go down there dead 4. 14 dead 4, 18 total. Mitch going down there is going to put it 1 above 1, just outside of the win. Margin of victory is going to be 7th thou. Just not quite enough. Good lap by both racers, but again, the win's going to go to Kevin Ollinger. That'll bring up Mitch's brother Matt in the left lane, going up against Mike Fuller. Matt dialed in at a 767, Mike in at a 775. It's going to be almost heads up. Advantage on the starting line going to Matt. Mike's got some work to do, and he's not going to be able to get it done. Matt's 37 up front. Had plenty of room down there, so he is going to bring her around for round number 4. Again, test and tune, test and tune. If you bought a test and tune tech card, now is your time. Bring it around to lane 6. We got a couple of you up there. Looks like we got all of our Foxy Lady competitors as well as our trophy final. So Garrett Chitty going to take the red light victory over Joey Notch. Randy Templer going to click at 5 red. Al Grimm's going to take the red light victory. See how close he can get. He's going to break her out 1 thou, so I'd say he's got the number pretty close. Bring up Dustin Meyer and Kevin Hack. Kevin, I believe, is still doubled up in Super Pro and Pro, so he's putting some laps on that Camaro. He's going to take the head start. 3 whole seconds. Dustin's going to let go, see if he can catch him. 14 different up front. Double breakout. Double breakout's going to go Dustin's way. Dustin broke it out 5. Kevin broke it out 21. So the lesser of the 2 breakouts is going to take the win. And that's going to bring up our bye in Super Pro. Westcott getting the bye. Gonna put her 21 up front, run her out the other end, break out a little bit. Looks like he had something shiny come off of her on the starting line. But never fear, Ryan was right on top of it, hopping right to it. Gets it back in the proper hands. And that'll bring up our trophy final. All right, as our trophy final stages, this is going to be first call. First call for Pro Round 4. Pro Round 4. If you won Round 3, it's time to go again. Bring it around for round number 4. So again, Pro winners, first call to the top of the staging lanes for pairing. And that win's going to go Owen's way. Owen was dialed in at a 13:39, went down, won a 13:45 with an 8. Had all the reaction time advantage up front that he needed, but only took the stripe by 3 thou. So barely got there, but got there enough. This will bring up our Foxy Lady Class. Cameron Cox in the left lane in her Hyundai Sonata. Going up against Danica Sawyer in Andrew Quinn's 88 Corvette. The reaction time is going to go Cameron's way. I think Danica might have been taking a nap down there. Cameron's going to get out in front of her, stay out in front of her, hit the brakes. Oh, Cameron gives it back. Cameron got down there, hit the brakes one too many times, and gives it back to Danica by 3 thousandths of a second. 003 is what she gives it back by. So Danica is going to join the final. Going to race one of these two here. I was going to bring up Holly Cox. We could have had a mother-daughter final, but Mom's going to see if she can still get it done. Going up against Ashley Ollinger. I've been hearing all the crazy things that Kevin's been teaching her, so we'll see if she can get it done here. Holly putting out a decent reaction time. I don't know. Some of you guys might need to go to Holly to get a little training. Holly's going to be 55 up front, 32 above. That's going to be 87 total, and I think that's one of our better winning packages of the day. Who's going to bring up our test and tune class? All right, pro class. If you're still in pro, you need to bring it around to the top of the staging lanes. Lucas is up there pairing. You don't want to miss this call. This is going to be your second call for pro. Bring them around. It's going to put Sportsman on standby. Sportsman, you don't have to head up quite yet, but start getting ready. Start thinking about it. We're going to get a few more pro cars, and you guys are on standby. So, Sportsman, start getting ready. Don't bring them around yet. We're not ready quite yet, but start thinking about it. Well, as Pro starts getting paired up and suited up, ready to go, Ryan's going to go out and take a few laps. Take his tractor for a walk, as they say. And I'm getting word from the top of staging that Sportsman, you are no longer on deck. You are getting the call. So, Sportsman, bring them around. If you were a winner in round number 3, bring it around. Sportsman round 4, we're waiting for you at the top of the lanes for pairing. Sportsman winners. This is your second call. Sportsman, bring them around. Top of the lanes. 4 pairing. Lucas is up there to greet you. Pro is getting suited up. They're going to be rolling down here shortly. So Sportsman, bring them around. All right, here comes Pro class. Pro is coming into the water. Sportsman's all paired up. So juniors, you're up. I believe one of the juniors that's still in, I believe Dad's coming into the lanes here. So I'm told you're self-sufficient enough to bring it around, but juniors, go ahead and bring them around to the short chute. We'll get you guys paired up. Should have 4 of you, to the final of the Consi and the final of the winners. So bring them around to the short chute. Gonna bring up Jaron Christensen going up against. Now the car says Jim Wolf. And it is Jim Wolf in there. I wasn't sure. They did a little swapping around the last few weeks as to who was driving. Jim's going to get out early. Jaron's going to chase him. Jim's got the reaction time. Wind light goes. Jaron's way. Jim got down there just a little too quick. Double breakout, and looks like Jim took 36 thou and had to take, well, about 3 or less. So there was room, but not a lot. It's going to bring up Ryan Krieger going up against John Olbrich. Ryan dialed in at 926 to John's 1030. John bumps in there, all 4 bulbs are lit. Tree comes down, and away we go, clean and green. John's got the advantage up front. See if he can hold on to it. At the stripe, wind light says, not John's way. That one's going to go Ryan's way. Ryan being 60 up front, dead 9. Takes the stripe by 4 thou, takes the race by 4 thou. So just barely got around John down there. So Ryan will be bringing it back around for round number 5. Going to bring up Valerie Chitty and Kevin Hack. Valerie dialed in at 1036. Kevin at 1029. Almost heads up. Both cars pick the nose up, and away we go. Reaction times, Valerie's. Wind light, Valerie. 16 up front, 18 above. Gonna lock Kevin out. Kevin going 44 up front and dead on with a 0, but no good. Gonna bring up Coley Novak and Bob Ridenauer. Bob's gonna get the head start. Coley's right behind him. Advantage going to Coley. 005. Win light says Bob Ridenauer. Bob's going to go 51, 20 above. And Coley just can't run the number. Missed the number by a few and wasn't able to get there. That's going to bring up Bruce Stockman for his Byron. That's going to bring our sportsman competitors in. First pair up in sportsman is going to be Tim Earl in his Camaro going up against Carolyn Coleman in her Mustang. A little Ford versus Chevy battle. Tim dialed in at a 1234. Carolyn saying she's going to run a 1430. We're going to light the fire, smoke the tire. Carolyn says tires are cheap. I can get a new pair when I get home. Rolling up there. Tim gets the pre-stage bulbs. Carolyn gets the pre-stage bulbs. Bumping them in. Everybody staged up, ready to go. Carolyn's going to get about a 2-second head start. It's going to be a double red. This is what we call a true start victory. So for those of you that don't know, True Start is a program we implemented last year. Previous to that, it was the first red is the worst red. But now, with True Start, it is no longer first is worst, it's worst is worst. So Tim Earl's going to lose that one, even though Carolyn did go red first. She faulted first. Carolyn went red by 008, where Tim Earl went red by a 20. So Tim went more red, so Carolyn takes the win. For those of us that are slower in our classes, we really appreciate that True Start. For the faster guys, they kind of cuss it a little bit because they used to get red light wins. Didn't matter how red they went, as long as the other guy went red, they won. But now with True Start, got to be a little more careful. It's going to bring up Nathan Riley up against Rick Coleman. Going to see if Rick can join his wife in the semis. And Rick's not going to be able to do it. Rick's going to click her a little early, and Nathan will take the red light victory. Go down there, stretch her legs, see what it can do. 14 above. I'd say Nathan's got her dialed in. That thing just seeing the light of day earlier this week for after a 15-year nap, we'll call it. Not doing too bad. Got that one dialed in. I'll bring up Michelle Stepanek for her Byron. And Michelle's away, clean and green. Going to stretch it out, see what it can do, see how close she is on her number. Juniors are in the lanes. They're paired up, getting suited up. So Super Pro, this is your first call. Super Pro, round number 4. Super Pro, you can bring it around to the top of staging for pairing. So again, Super Pro, your first call. Super Pro, bring them around, top of staging for pairing. Lucas will meet you up there. All right, we got our junior dragsters down to the cone. Parents are getting ready to fire them up. So again, Super Pro, this is your second call. Super Pro, bring them around. I believe there's 8 of you. It's going to bring up our winners side final of juniors. So with the juniors, we do a winners bracket and a consi bracket. Consi bracket is just all the juniors that lost first round. They get thrown into another separate pool and they race it out. Everybody races down to one, and then we pair them off and they run off. So Jackson Melcher and Sam Freeman. Advantage up front going Jackson's way. Win light, also going to go Jackson's way. Going to be a double breakout, but Jackson breaking out by just a little bit less. So Jackson will be your Novak Electric junior winner for the day. He's going to come around and race either Emma Lane or Leighton Hack in the runoff to see if he can get himself a helmet trophy. Leighton and Emma are about to stage for our Brandospeed Junior Consi final. Well, if those dials look familiar, they're about the same as what we just saw. Emma gets a slight advantage. Slight head start, I should say. The advantage is going to go Leighton's way. And the win's going to go Leighton's way. So Leighton Hack, 10 up front, 75 above, takes the win, and she will be your Brandospeed Junior Consi winner. She will come back around and race in our runoff to see if she can get her hands on the trophy, or of the helmet trophy. I'll bring up our last junior for the round. It's just a license pass. He's having a little trouble this morning, running a little too fast. So trying to slow him down and get him licensed up so he can join competition. Super Pro, this is your last and final call. You should be in the lanes. Lucas is pairing them, and we're going to be moving on. So Super Pro in the lanes. And with that, we will take our two Foxy Lady finalists, bring them around. We'll bring you guys right down to the blue line. So if you are one of our finalists in the Foxy Lady, I believe it is Danica and Holly. So Danica and Holly, go ahead and bring them around. Bring them up to the blue line. We'll get you paired up and all that, and we'll get you guys out right after Super Pro. So again, Super Pro, last and final call. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. And Foxy Lady, go ahead and bring them around. And with that, we will also put out the call for Test and Tune. If you purchased a Test and Tune tech card, go ahead and come around. This is going to be your last run of the evening. We're going to preserve the track here so we can finish up finals. So Test and Tune, if you purchased a Test and Tune tech card this morning at the gate, you can bring it around to lane number 6 for your last chance at the track. This will be it for Test and Tune.
This is the second call for the Foxy Lady Final. You can head to the blue line. Second call for the Foxy Lady Final. All right, first call for round 5 pro. If you are still in pro, please head to the lanes for pairing. First call for round 5 pro. Head to the lanes. All right, this is second call for test and tune for your last pass of the day. If you would like to get one more pass in, if you have bought a test and tune ticket, this is your last opportunity to do so before test and tune is done for the day. So second call for test and tune. All right, this is the second call for pro. If you are still in pro, please bring it back around to the lanes for round 5. Second call for pro. All right, here's third call for pro and first call for sportsman. If you are still in sportsman, please bring your car back to the lanes. First call for sportsman, third call for pro. Second call for sportsman. If you are still in sportsman, please get to the top of the lanes to be paired. Sportsman, second call. All right, the juniors for both the winner side and the consi, you are wanted back to the lanes for your runoff. So the junior runoff, you can bring your dragsters back to the lanes for your last race. All right, this is going to now be all winners, all classes. As soon as you are cooled and fueled, bring them back around to the lanes. We just have a couple rounds left to go to get this done. So all winners, all classes, bring them around when you can.
Alrighty, attention, ladies and gentlemen. The decision has come down from the higher ups. We will be having some extracurricular fun this evening after racing has transpired. So, we're going to run the golf carts and we're going to run the scooters. We'll have a 330-foot pit vehicle race. Same rules as last year. You must be at least 16 years of age or older to participate as a driver. If you are on two wheels, you must wear a helmet. If you are on a golf cart, you're not necessarily have to wear a helmet. We do, however, prefer it because safety is important. So, pit vehicle race. After the conclusion of racing, we'll need about 30 minutes to get everything set up and get some things cleaned up here in the tower. But 330-foot pit vehicle race, we will start lining you up. We will call you just as the last few finals are getting ready. So if you're interested, please stay out of the alcohol, as alcohol and driving do not mix. So we will be having a little fun after racing this evening. We hope you can join us. It'll be a little bit of fun. It doesn't usually take too long. You get 2 time trials, and then we'll go first round, and we'll buy back, and we'll do all that fun stuff. So once again, pit vehicle race after the conclusion of racing this evening. So the monetary on that, $20 to enter, $10 to buy back if you find yourself on the wrong side of first round. Golf carts and scooters only. Foot scooters are allowed. No four-wheelers, no dirt bikes. So golf carts, scooters, or foot scooters, no four-wheelers, no pit bikes. Or, dirt bikes. You know what I mean. So $20 to enter, $10 to buy back. We will call you up to lane 7 and 8 here towards the end of racing to kind of get ready. Like I said, we'll need a little bit of administrative time to get everything done, and we'll have a little fun this evening. So just keep that in mind. Obviously, the more people that participate, the funner it is, and the more we want to do it in the future. So please, please, please participate if you so choose. All winners, all classes, anybody and everybody still left in competition today. We need you to the staging lanes to cool and fuel and get paired and get back down the racetrack. So I think our biggest class right now is, I believe we have 3 left in pro. I believe we're down to a final and pretty much everything else. So once again, all winners, all classes, we need you back around to the staging lanes, please, so we can get this wrapped up and put a nice bow on it this evening. So once again, all winners, all classes, bring her around to the staging lanes, please. Ready. So once again, all winners, all classes, all winners, all classes, anybody and everybody left in competition today. We will take you to the staging lanes as soon as you are able. Thank you. Ready, all winners, all classes. All winners, all classes. Here we go, Super Pro semifinals. Left lane, Logan Westcott in the Tesla, 1070, putting that battery to work today.
It's the Sportsman Final. The other finalist is new to the track.
Sportsman final. If you are ready, we'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman final, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Thanks, Leighton. Matt Melchert in the right lane. 771 the dial for the dragster. The Tesla has been looking mighty unbeatable today. Matt's going to see if he can change that. So Matt and Logan, one of them, going to punch a ticket to the final. The other one, going to put her in the trailer and look forward to tomorrow. Logan's away. Matt's away. Couple thou advantage. Matt Melchert had the advantage. Couldn't turn it into a win light. Logan Westcott, 76 on the tree and 38 above. Gets the win. He gets the win by 41 ten-thousandths of a second. So Logan Westcott going to find himself in a Super Pro final today. Matt Melchert, 58 on the tree, goes 777 on the 771 dial. So Logan Westcott moving on.
Brian.
Left lane, Dustin Meyer, 706 the dial. This dragster, this is the first time the dragster's changed the dial all day. Mike Halverson, 942. 1,000, separate him on the tree, down to the other end. Mike Halverson going to get the win as he is 20 on the tree and goes 946 with a 4 on the 942 prediction. Dustin Meyer, 19 on the tree, goes 712 with a 4 at 189 mile an hour. So Mike Halverson is going to catch Logan Westcott in the Super Pro final today. So here we go with a couple of scooters in Pro Class. The bikes went through the Pro Class like wildfire today. Ryan Kruger testing the two-step, making sure everything's ready to rock and roll. Jaron Christensen awaits him in the other lane. Jaron, 938 the dial on the black Hayabusa. Ryan, 926 on the Kawasaki. Jaron making his debut in the Pro Class today and making it worth every penny as he finds himself in the semifinal. 24 thou, separate him on the tree. Advantage, left lane, win light. Left lane, how about it? 942, dead 5 to be 47 total. Jaron Christensen puts a lap on Ryan Kruger. Ryan is 66 and locked out. As Bob Ridenauer just saw who he's got. Bob's going to take a shot at the track here. And he is going to go down and catch Jaron Christensen. Bob breaks the beams. He's going to back it on out and save the motor for the final. So we are down to a final and everything. Sportsman going to be the first final out, followed by Super Pro, followed by Pro. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a little fun after the conclusion of racing today. So get your mopeds tuned up, get your golf carts out. Once again, pretty basic rules. You have to be 16 years of age or older to participate. If you are going to be on 2 wheels, you must wear a helmet. If you're going to be on 4 wheels, it is up to you whether you wear a helmet or not. But once again, 16 years of age or older It'll be a race to the 330. A simple 20 will get you in. $10 if you find yourself on the wrong side of first round. 2-time trials, and then we're going to dial them, and we're going to have some fun. Bye, Dave. If anyone's looking for a little fun after the fun tonight, Alex, Lucas, and myself will be scraping the track to the 300, not quite 330 foot mark, probably 150 foot to the fresh cut. So if anyone wants to see three big dudes sweat it out in the sun, that'll be happening after the pit vehicle race this evening. So just a little bit more entertainment as we aim to please. So once again, all winners, all classes, Super Pro and Pro finalists, as soon as you are able to cool them and fuel them and bring them back around, we would appreciate it. As we look to put a bow on it here. Got 100 and...
No sportsman.
Got 100 and almost 120 entries down the track today. In just a little over 7-8 hours. Let's see. Just a little. We're about 7 hours and 40 minutes right now since we kicked her off this morning. So, pretty good day. We want to thank you guys. We're keeping an eye on the weather. We will make an announcement here. I think we got an okay plan. It depends which weather app you look at to see which one you want to trust. But I will be making an announcement here regarding it right after we run the last few finals. So stay tuned. We got a plan, and you know what they say about good intentions. So, but here comes a sportsman final. So we have a sportsman final coming to you. It's going to be Carolyn Coleman, and then the new guy. No split, no hard feelings, it seems. So you will have Nathan Riley trying to make the 5-hour trip for Illinois worth it, and Carolyn Coleman looking to get her first win of the season as the sun starts to sink a little here on this beautiful Saturday in June. Once again, we want to thank all of our sponsors, all the individuals, anybody and everybody that helps us keep this place moving and turning. We want to thank every single one of you. There's not enough we can do to show our appreciation, from the tower ladies to the gate operators, all the employees in between, all the racers, all the sponsors, everybody and anybody that helps us out here. From the bottom of our hearts, we want to say thank you. And we look forward to seeing some good racing as we continue through the summer. $11.70 the dial for Nathan Riley in the 09 Trans Am. Carolyn Coleman, 14:32 the prediction. Carolyn's in. Nathan is in. Nathan's in. Here we go. Carolyn is away. Nathan is away. And, oh boy, that's a deficit. And the throttle whacking has... Yep. How about Nathan Riley? 009 in the final. Nerves of steel. What moment's too big? Not this moment. 009 goes 12.10 with a 4. In and out of the throttle. Carolyn Coleman, 186. Misses the tree. Car doesn't get there. Nathan Riley, your sportsman winner here at Tri-State Raceway. So congratulations, sir.
Once we get pro, super pro, I'm gonna do one more breakdown.
So congratulations to Mr. Riley and the whole crew. Made the trip from Illinois worth it, had a little fun today, and going home with a little bit of money and a trophy. So congratulations to Mr. Nathan Riley, your sportsman winner today. All winners, all classes, anybody and everybody still in competition. We will take you to the staging lanes. We have a pro final and a super pro final. Then we're going to have a little fun. So, pit vehicle race participants, please stand by. We will be calling you to lanes 7 and 8 here shortly. So once again, pit vehicle race participants, please stand by. If you've never done it before, and like I said, you're a little on the fence about it, I am happy to say you will have the best time of your life trying it. So I highly recommend just giving it a shot. It's all for fun. And like I said, we have a pretty good time with it. So once again, you guys are on standby, Super Pro and Pro. We need you to the staging lanes as soon as you are able. So once again, if you were a winner today, if you won yourself a trophy, please make sure you bring yourself around with your vehicle and your trophy to the winner circle to make sure you get your photo taken so we can get you put on Facebook and get you recognized for your achievements. So once again, if you were a winner today, make sure you come get your trophy and get your picture taken. So I have a couple trophies up here still sitting around. Jackson Melcher, you have a couple trophies up here waiting for you. Nathan Riley, you got a trophy sitting up here waiting for you. And we have yet to crown the Pro and Super Pro winners. Danica Sawyer, you have a trophy up here waiting for you. I think that's it. So once again, all winners, all classes. All winners, all classes. We will take you to the stage lanes as soon as you are able. Pit vehicle race participants, you are on standby. It appears as though I have all my finalists in the lanes, so I am going to go ahead and put out the tentative first call for the pit vehicle race participants. We will take you to lanes 7 and 8. Please be wary of the traffic that is coming through the pits. So safely make your way there after you finish watching the finals, but we will take you to lanes 7 and 8 as soon as you are able and ready. So tentative first call, pit vehicle race participants to lanes 7 and 8, please. And I believe we're going to get a pro final first.
All right.
The kid and the dad, or they're holding hands? So I said we were going to have a pro final first, and then just to make a liar out of me, here comes the super pro final out the gates. So here we go. Logan Westcott, right lane, 1073 the dial in the Tesla. Make sure you get your picture taken. All right, Logan Westcott, 1073 in the right lane, taking on Mr. Mike Halverson, trying to make the long drive across the highway past the Dollar General. Worth it. 946 the dial for Mike. Logan Westcott looking for his first Super Pro win. Mike, no stranger to the final. For all the money, the trophy, and the glory of winning on this beautiful Saturday. Logan is away. Mike is away. And here we go. Both away on green, down the other end of the track. Oh boy. Logan Westcott's going to get the win. 86 on the tree, dead 7. Mike Halverson was 001, took 93 to break it out 1 thou. All he had to do was catch the wing of a fly, and he'd have been dead 0 and 1 total. So Mike Halverson, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the timing. And Logan Westcott, your Super Pro winner today. And that will bring up our last final of the day, the Pro Final. Bob Ridenauer, right lane, 1015 the dial. Jaron Christensen on the scooter, 938 the dial for Jaron. Wheels up for Bob, and away goes Jaron. 16 thou, separate them up front, down to the other end of the track. Win light. Jaron Christensen, he's 71, dead 4 to be 75 total. Bob, 55, takes 40 to break it out 20. Had to take 20 or less. Bob had it in his hands and gave it on back to the bike. So Jaron Christensen, your winner in Pro today. So how about that? Logan Westcott, your Super Pro winner. Nathan Riley, your Sportsman winner. Jaron Christensen, your Pro winner. And that is that. So, once again, anybody that is interested in the pit vehicle race, we will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. Lanes 7 and 8 for the pit vehicle race. A simple 20 gets you into the pit vehicle race and gets you to have a little fun. Oh, my God. So one more junior street license run, and we can put a bow on it. As unfortunately Lucas, she got stuck with Lucas. As the sixth pass in the junior street requires a track operator to ride with them. And unfortunately, like I said, she got stuck with Lucas. So away she goes. And this will complete her junior street license. So we want to say congratulations to Melanie on getting her junior street license done today, as she is now able to compete tomorrow in junior street. 11:18 with a 6 at 63 mile an hour. And that, as they say, is that. So, need about 30 minutes, some administrative work, and we will be back at it with a little bit of golf cart and scooter action coming to you shortly. Well, we want to thank everybody that tuned in on the live stream, hung out with us, and we look forward to seeing everybody again tomorrow morning.